Hey everybody, and welcome once again to Dear Esther Landmark Edition. This time we're going to go through with the director's commentary on, and we're also going to see if we can get the last 4 achievements that I didn't get before. So one of those is to uncover 4 urns, one of them is to trigger all of the director's commentary, and I think there are 59 pieces of director's commentary, and then there are 2 hidden achievements. I'm not sure what they are. So let's get into it.
Hello everyone, I'm Dan Pinchbeck, I'm the creative director of the Chinese Room, and this is the Dear Esther developers commentary.
Hi, I'm Robert Briscoe, I'm the artist on Dear Esther.
And I'm Jessica Curry, and I was the composer on the game.
So what you're looking at today is a remake of a mod. Dear Esther started off in 2007 as a Half-Life 2 mod that did really well in the modding community, which was fantastic, and as a result of that attracted the attention of Rob, who worked as the primary developer on a Source remake of the game that was released in 2012. And this year is another remake where it's been updated for a cross-platform release, and we wanted to add in this developer's commentary just to give you a bit more of an insight into some of the ideas behind the game as it came together.
Now, something I haven't actually tried before, because this is a walking simulator, so it doesn't make any sense. I haven't actually tried just walking off into the ocean and seeing how far I can actually go, or if I drown or anything like that. So because I don't expect to be playing this game again, at least not for a while, and certainly not again on my channels, I'm gonna just give this a go now and see if I can die in this game.
Come back.
Okay, so apparently yes, I can die in this game. There is no reason to go trying to swim though.
So you'll see around you in a lot of the environments, there's a lot of detail ingrained into everything. One of the things that I wanted to do with Dear Esther is bring the visuals up to the same kind of level of detail that Dan and Jess had put into the other areas of the game. So all of the history and the kind of hidden pieces of story that are intertwined with the VOs and the music and stuff, I kind of wanted to bring some of that into the environments. So if you look around you, you'll see that there's a lot of interesting bits and pieces, a piece of paper with someone's name on it, a photograph, an ultrasound. All of these little bits and pieces are kind of layered in to just kind of bring another aspect of the story into the game. And also, they're actually randomized, so every time you play, you'll see something different lying around. And this is just to build on this idea that everybody has a unique experience and a unique interpretation of the story. So you'll see around you in a lot of the environments, there's a lot of detail ingrained into everything. One of the things that I wanted to do with Dear Esther is bring the visuals up to the same kind of level of detail that Dan and Jess had put into the other areas of the game. So all of the history and the kind of hidden pieces of story that are intertwined with the VOs and the music and stuff, I kind of wanted to bring some of that into the environments. So if you look around you, you'll see that there's a lot of interesting bits and pieces, a piece of paper with someone's name on it, a photograph, an ultrasound. All of these little bits and pieces are kind of laid in to just kind of bring another aspect of the story into the game. And also, they're actually randomized, so every time you play, you'll see something different lying around. And this is just to build on this idea that everybody has a unique experience and a unique interpretation of the story.
I didn't actually mean to trigger that piece of commentary twice. But it is definitely cool that they made it so that it was random and you would get to see different things every time you play. I mean, I'm sure there's a limit to how many different variations there actually are, because they'll have only programmed a certain amount of things into the game. But it is cool that every time you play you can get a slightly different experience. And I know also there are quite a lot of ghosts in the game, and people have fun trying to spot all of the ghosts. I've played through certainly the original version. This is my second playthrough of the Landmark edition. I've played through the original version a few times and I haven't seen all of the different ghosts that I know are there to be found yet. So I guess I will end up playing it again at some point, but this is going to be the third run through on my channel, so I don't think I'll play through again on my channel. Maybe my Twitch channel, when I'm just randomly streaming and chatting with people, maybe that could be cool, but not actually for a YouTube video again.
Part of the point about the whole game, I think, was this idea that rather than having a linear, straight-through version of the story, that we could have multiple story units for each place you were. And I was really interested in this idea of how you can open up that space that people can interpret. So I loved the idea that you could have two people that had played this game and then would have a conversation about it, and one of them would say, oh, what did you think about when this happened? And the other person would be like, well, that didn't happen for me. I had a completely different event happen or a completely different story happen. And it kind of feels very gamey in that way, that actually one of the things I love about writing for games is that you hand over so much control to the player that it becomes their story, and that's really, really important rather than trying to force them. So using randomised blocks of voiceover in the game and the kind of randomised prop details that Rob was talking about means that it gives it a really different feeling every time you go through. And that's kind of interesting for me, because I like the idea of going, well, not everyone has to have the same experience, and because it's interactive, you have the capacity to have very different experiences occupying the same space. So yeah, but balancing all that then becomes an absolute nightmare.
I think it's nice though, because everybody gets a personal experience. Like, I love reading the forums and seeing how people come and they sort of tell their story and what they interpreted of it, and then you see other people discussing what they thought of it. And to me, it's kind of nice because everybody takes something unique away from it.
I'm not straying too far away from the little commentary points because I'm not sure if it's going to trigger the actual story as well, and I don't want to have like the commentary and the actual story pieces overlapping, because I think that would be kind of weird and hard to listen to. It's probably designed in such a way that it doesn't do that though, but I'm just going to make sure that I'm not doing that anyway. Also, I can't remember if I said, but when I walked into the water and drowned, that actually unlocked an achievement. So I guess that was one of the hidden achievements. So now I'm wondering if, like, I know that there's that kind of big hole in the ground later in the game, so I'm wondering if, like, jumping down there will be another death and that will be an achievement. So I'll try that when I get to that point.
When I wrote the music for the mod of Dear Esther, there was absolutely no budget whatsoever for live players, so all the music was sampled. But one of the good things about that is it actually forced me to be quite creative about how I wrote the music. So with my background in sound art, I wanted to use samples in a different way that wasn't just using it to sound like a violin. I wanted to time stretch and manipulate samples to make something different and strange and quite unique. But then when we got the Indie Fund money, I had the amazing opportunity to re-record the music with live players. And that was so exciting for me, actually, because that's where it comes to life. And I thought long and hard about whether to write new music, going from the mod to the commercial version. But actually, I decided that my initial and original emotional response to the game was probably going to be the strongest response and reaction that I had. So I just literally, the music that I'd written for samples, I then wrote out for live instruments. But what they bring to it is transformative, actually. And I think The Beach is a really good example of this, where, you know, you have these awful samples soaring away, and then you have the string quartet playing this very bleak, very sparse music, and they bring the presence of the island immediately to it, and it comes to life. And that's the exciting thing about it. It wasn't a huge budget, but just having that experience of working with the players was just magical.
I'm really glad that they decided to keep the original music, because there was actually a theatre performance near us recently of a live orchestra playing the Dear Esther music, and we didn't actually get to go for it because it was quite expensive and we had a lot of other things booked at the time, so it wasn't really a good use of our money to try and go to that as well. But if we ever see that again, it would be really cool, because the music for Dear Esther is incredible. It really is.
Everything about Esther for me is a dream. The landscape is not an island, it's the dream of an island. The music is like music that you wake up because you've heard in your sleep, but you're not conscious of hearing it. And the language in the story was supposed to be like that as well. It didn't matter the sense it made, it was more about the kind of the shapes it created, if that makes sense. So that the words would kind of were like being in water, like listening to something underwater. It'd be this very dreamlike, symbolic, poetic thing. And it always frustrated me in games with game writing. This has really changed quite a lot. There was never any space for poetic language. It was very exposition-y, very descriptive, very direct. And you'd have, like, art and audio would have these amazing creative spaces they could explore. But when it came down to actually writing, you just had to basically go into the room, describe the character, tell the player what to do. And it just seemed like the most boring thing you could do with words in a game. And why couldn't a writer have the same artistic freedom as a visual artist or an audio designer or a musician, in terms of being able to say, isn't this just about creating this kind of emotional tone, this emotional space? And it's really, I still love that about the game. It's one of the things I love so much about Nigel's voiceover, is it has this really odd, disconnected, kind of dreamlike quality to it, where you might finish the game and not actually understand anything that happened, but you'd been carried along in the flow of it. And without any kind of sarcasm at all, I get into trouble saying things like this, The same design principle applies as this to Halo. It's 30 seconds of fun, or 30 seconds of depressing engagement, I guess, in our case. But it is about that loop of being in the moment in the game constantly, and that's actually the critical thing that matters.
Yeah, I actually really love the way that this game is designed, and I totally agree with what was being said there, to the point where I'd actually quite like a lot of films to be made. I mean, I love just sitting and watching a film, don't get me wrong, but I would love to be able to sort of go off and explore different areas of a film. Like, can you imagine watching one of the big superhero films, you know, like a Marvel film or something? And then, like, there's a big action fight scene going on, but you just decide to wander off and, like, order a coffee in the local coffee shop or something. You know, you could have that totally different experience of trying to order coffee while superheroes are battling outside, and all around you the city is just falling apart, but, like, you just want that coffee. I'd love to be able to... Sorry about that noise. That was Loki just running around like a maniac. But yeah, I'd love to be able to have that unique kind of wander off and do your own thing in films as well. Of course, it's also, if you did that with films, it would also be good to just have the standard director's version, but also just that cool little, you can wander off and do some different things.
This symbol on the beach, which is the golden ratio, it's one of the only things that's really left explicitly from the mod. In the original mod, there was an awful lot of more kind of symbols and kind of a much more kind of mystical, sort of magical element to the island. There was a lot of very weird stuff in there, and a lot of them came out of the commercial version because they felt like they were a little bit explicit. And instead, there's a lot more hidden kind of codes and symbols in there. There's still some stuff which you can only actually see or experience if you are not playing the game, if you're looking at it from editor. We had in the original mods things like trees planted to mirror the shape of the M5, or there's a whole bunch of things that are there to represent star clusters and all kinds of things like that. And we'll probably talk a bit more about kind of like hidden details and the secrets in the game as we go through. But that was really interesting for us in terms of the design of it, of going, you've got your kind of your conscious, explicit play experience, but games are always constantly manipulating your mood and your feelings and the decisions you're making. And so really trying to create a space that had all of these kind of subliminals in it was a really interesting thing that we wanted to do, both with the original, and then I think it got lifted up into a much more sophisticated version when we went to the commercial, because Rob's able to bring that sort of level of artistry to the visuals that really got that kind of sense of hidden meaning in there. And that was really important, given how kind of complex and symbol heavy and poetic the story is, where a lot of it doesn't actually make any sense, but it's about kind of leaving you with these, I guess, like the half-life of ideas and thoughts that you can't quite shake, that stay with you. So we really were trying to get that blend of how music, story and visuals could all create that really sort of uncanny structure that you wouldn't necessarily be able to define properly, but you knew it kind of had a meaning that was staying with you.
So something I wanted to do as an artist was create some kind of reward for the player when they explore the island. There are some areas of the game where it's a little bit more quieter. There's no music or there's no voiceovers. So I kind of wanted to create a bit of an incentive for people to explore. And you'll find around the island that these kind of like random scattered items that are usually slightly out of place from the environment themselves, but in another aspect they actually bring a little bit of story to the island itself, usually to the island or to the actual protagonists or the characters that surround it. So you'll find that around the island these little props and stuff. Just keep your eye out for it if you're exploring.
And that's something else I really love about this game. You can sort of veer off the main story a little bit and explore. You do always have to go back to that main story arc, and there is like a path that you really have to follow, but there are just some extra little bits like this where if you've played through the game before and you've already explored down here, you know that you don't need to come and look at this bit to actually complete the game, but it is just a cool extra little thing that you can see.
So people have asked why the Dear Esther's set on a Hebridean island. What's really interesting about this is it's one of those times when your kind of aspirations as an artist and the practical realities kind of dovetail. We knew that we had to have some way of limiting the player from disappearing off the play space, and when we made the original, it was a mod, and because it was a Half-Life 2 mod, you kind of had Eastern European city, spaceship, or blasted, desolate landscape were your three options if you didn't want to start making any other assets. So it started off with these practical constraints. We don't want to set it on a spaceship, we don't want to set it in an Eastern European city, so it's got to be on this kind of like this desolate landscape. And we want to limit the player, so an island seems like a natural choice. And it's really interesting how you start from that, and we had this big lump of clay on a table that we were carving out paths and things to annoying the cleaners and things like that. And Jess and I were talking, and Jess started making sort of snippets of music to kind of go in there. And then all of a sudden we just went, oh, that's the story. Oh, that's what happened here. But it really started, I think, from the place. And when we started looking at photographs of Boré, we started going and reading some of the history behind it. Suddenly that was it. And it just was really, really naturally became, this is the place, this is what happened here, this is how it feels. And then everything else kind of coalesced around that.
Yeah, I think as an artist it made my job a lot easier because those islands are so kind of like, the environment is kind of hostile. You're out there in the Hebrides. You've got this kind of like inclement weather. You've got cold, rain, snow. It's a very kind of it can be a very depressing place to be at times, but it's also at the same time very beautiful, and it's this kind of like stark, bare landscape, but that has this beautiful surroundings. So it's, in terms of art, I think it really helped me to portray a lot of the themes in Dear Esther.
And there was a natural fit with the music as well.
Yeah.
It suggested a musical style, which was really key, I think.
This is going to trigger again when I walk through it. Basically, I'm trying to get to the other side of that path, and I know that I'll have to fall down again and then go back round and go back round those stairs that we just went round. But because I'm looking for all of the director's commentary pieces, I'm still saying director's commentary, and really I should be saying creator's commentary. But you know what I mean. So this is going to trigger, but I want to get to the other side of that path just in case there's one of these commentary pieces there. Oh, I am amazed that that didn't trigger. I thought that I was so close there was no way to walk around it. I'd like an achievement for that, please, because every time I've played this in the past, I have always fallen down there. Every time I've always tried to go around that little edge, and every time I've fallen down. But this time, first time ever that I've actually managed to walk across there without just falling down onto the beach and having to go around again. Or I was just completely wrong, because this is actually the bit that I fall down, isn't it? And that bit back there just looked kind of similar.
So people have asked why the Dear Esther's set on a Hebridean island. What's really interesting about this is one of those times when your kind of aspirations as an artist and the practical realities kind of dovetail. We knew that we had to have some way of limiting the player from disappearing off the play space, and when we made the original, it was a mod, and because it was a Half-Life 2 mod, you kind of had Eastern European city, spaceship, or blasted, desolate landscape. We had 3 options if you didn't want to start making any other assets. So it started off with these practical constraints. We don't want to set it on a spaceship, we don't want to set it in an Eastern European city, so it's got to be on this kind of like this desolate landscape. And we want to limit the player, so an island seems like a natural choice. And it's really interesting how you start from that, and we had this big lump of clay on a table that we were carving out paths and things to annoying the cleaners and things like that. And Jess and I were talking, and Jess started making sort of snippets of music to kind of go in there. And then all of a sudden we just went, oh, that's the story. Oh, that's what happened here. But it really started, I think, from the place. And when we started looking at photographs of Boré, we started going and reading some of the history behind it. Suddenly that was it. And it just was really, really naturally became, this is the place, this is what happened here, this is how it feels. And then everything else kind of coalesced around that.
Yeah, I think as an artist it made my job a lot easier because those islands are so kind of like, the environment is kind of hostile. You're out there in the Hebrides. You've got this kind of like inclement weather. You've got cold, rain, snow. It's a very kind of it can be a very depressing place to be at times, but it's also at the same time very beautiful, and it's this kind of like stark, bare landscape, but that has this beautiful surroundings. So it's, in terms of art, I think it really helped me to portray a lot of the themes in Dear Esther.
And there was a natural fit with the music as well. It suggested a musical style, which was really key, I think.
One of the things you're always trying to do as a composer is create memorable themes. And a slight confession is that probably the most memorable theme, which is Remember in Dear Esther, wasn't actually created for the game. Rob's looking shocked. So it was actually from a piece of choral music that I'd written years before, based on a Christina Rossetti poem called Remember. And one of the things I was talking about earlier was how I didn't have any budget. So I had this piece of choral music, and I thought, hang on, this is absolutely perfect for Esther, but I don't want to use all of it. So the only bit that you actually get in the game is the first line of the choral piece of music. But that actually went on to form the main theme of the music that I wrote. And I think for me it's really interesting about how things that you've written earlier, years before, sometimes come in really, really useful and fit. So I always tell people and students not to despair if something doesn't get used or doesn't work at the time, because actually there'll come a place or in a time where you think, hang on a minute, I've got something that fits. So in terms of that memorable theme, the Remember theme gets used in multitude of different ways during the game. And one of the things it does is helps you to identify the kind of psychic place that you're in the game. So the theme is played in lots of different ways, and actually you'll notice that as you go through the game, it becomes more and more broken and more manipulated and broken down as the player goes through the journey and as you're psychologically struggling to get to the end point in the game. So music's really, really useful for highlighting the psychological mood, and we talk a lot about psychogeography, which always sounds a bit pretentious, but actually I think it's really important to what the three of us did in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dan, maybe you want to talk a bit about that.
Like the core kind of idea about psychogeography, if you're not in, the place you're in is not the place you're in, or you create the place you're in. It's not just as you're here and then the landscape's out there, but you don't navigate like a city by street signs and by those kind of formal things. You navigate it by the things which are significant to you in the way that you've lived in that space. And I think that was really kind of key to, I think it's really central to how the fusion of art and story and music come together in Dear Esther, because it's not a place where we're going, right, we have to lead the player up here because it's a natural formation, and then you would naturally have a piece of music here because you come around a corner. But the story, music and art all work around the idea of what's going on in the narrator's head at this point. How do we represent his emotional state relative to this landscape? And again, it's that idea of the game is, it's a dream of a place. It's like the idea of it being a fever dream or a coma dream, which obviously ties in a lot with the kind of story, and we'll come back to in a lot more detail when we get to the caves a bit later on.
That's actually really cool and reminds me a little bit of something David F. Sandberg says in one of the videos on his YouTube channel. I think his YouTube channel is called Pony Smasher, so it's not actually David F. Sandberg, it's Pony Smasher. And he said something about when he was making just these cool little short horror films on that channel, one of the most important things that he always did was try to capture his own sounds. If he ever heard an interesting sound somewhere, he'd kind of go around and he'd always have like a mic and like some kind of recording equipment with him. Even if it wasn't the best quality recording equipment, he would have some kind of recording equipment with him. And any interesting sounds that he heard, he'd just record them and just store them for later use. And then he goes on to find, obviously, different ways of mixing them and different ways of just adding them into his work, just so that he's not using any stock sounds. Because one of the big things about making your short horror film stand out against any others is, of course, not to use the same stock sounds that everyone uses in theirs. And I just thought that was a really cool idea. I will try and find the video where he's talking about that and link it in the description below if you're interested in that. I'm sort of meandering a little bit because I know that I'm supposed to be looking for these urns, and I have never seen any urns when I've played through this before. I don't know if they're newly added for this version, as this is only my second playthrough of the Landmark edition, but I've never seen any in the original version.
White lines.
Yeah.
They actually did this. It was really cool. I found this historical document. They used to do this on Bora and the Hebrides. If their disease broke out,
Really?
they'd actually chip out and expose the chalk. So if you're on a boat and you were coming to the island, you'd know not to land because it was infectious, which is the coolest, most amazing. It's one of those things where you go, it's almost impossible as a writer to come up with something as cool as that. It just has to be something that was actually done. And it's so sad as well. And I love this bit and the fact that we can do it because it feels really real because it references a real thing. And I don't know, there's something really special about that. But it was always one of those bits in the game that I thought, we've got to be able to represent this somehow. We have to be able to get these things in here.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting. I actually didn't know that was actually based historically in real life, but that's really cool. Because I mean, my thing about the White Lines is that it was this completely surreal thing, but also it was kind of, it just added to the landscape. It was like, whoa, what the hell is that? And putting that into the game was kind of challenging because to me it just seemed like, oh, it's going to be really hard to pull off in a way that's kind of realistic. But then when you look at the kind of art style of the game, it's not really a realistic thing. Like everything is half imagined. So in that way, it kind of really fit into the landscape, and it kind of creates this amazing sort of landmark that you see in the environment. And I just found it really interesting to hear about that. Yeah.
I think it's one of those things where it's not a realistic place. And I mean, no game is a realistic place anyway, but one of those things where understanding that you're making something which isn't real and you have that kind of capacity to be sort of, to explore it artistically. And we'll come back and talk about sort of like it not being realistic, I think, in a little while. But that's really, really important, because then you can say it's about what these things kind of represent or how they make you feel as a player, not about going, is this accurate? And I get really inspired by sort of doing a lot of research into kind of history and things like that with all of our games. Because you can just find those things that just kind of like speak to you. But it's amazing, you can find that in like an 18th century book and go, that really speaks to me now, that has meaning now, and that's fascinating, I think.
I'm trying to have a good look through sections like this because I don't know what those urns are going to look like. And there are very few places where we can actually properly wander off and have a little look. So most of it is actually a set path. Well, I mean, as I've said before, yes, you can wander off the main story. So, you know, you can go and explore different areas. You have to come back to the main story, as I've said. But what I mean about the path is that you don't have the ability to jump, you don't have the ability to climb. So if there isn't a path there, you can't see it. Or you can't explore it, I should say.
Something that I wanted to bring through in the art of the game was the same kind of fidelity that you find in both Jessica's music and Dan's writing. In the same kind of way that you have all of these little details, these very close attentions to detail that kind of really bring richness to the story. And something that was missing in the original mod version was just this lack of a visual layer of story. And something that I did throughout the art of the game is to add in all these little details here and there, little bits of story, little links to certain things that you may or may not hear or see, just a layer of richness in the world and give you some kind of reward for exploring. So keep your eye out as you look around.
I was just checking to see if there was a way to get to the top of that peak there, because I can see bits of fencing there from certain areas, but obviously we're not supposed to actually be able to climb up there.
There's a scene in Donnie Darko where Drew Barrymore's playing his English teacher, and she talks about Celador as being the most beautiful word in the English language, and about it's the sound of the words together. And Dear Esther actually comes from the introduction to From a Faith No More song, the Crab song on the first album, Introduce Yourself. And there's a point where I think it's Chuck at that point as the vocalist before Mike Patton just says Dear Esther, and it really lodged with me because the sound Dear Esther just has a really amazing sound to it. And I think when we started making it, and the idea of it being this series of letters to someone came through, it just came straight back out of going, that's just a really beautiful sounding combination of words. And I think that really sums up the whole approach to the writing in Dear Esther of what's the most beautiful combination of words and images we can put together, and to do it that way rather than writing a traditional plot as such. So yeah, Dear Esther, Faith No More and Doom, that's where it comes from.
That is so cool. I love Faith No More, I love Doom, and I love Donnie Darko, so that is just such a cool thing to learn about this.
I think the central question to the entire experience, for most people that have played it or are talking about it, is this idea of, is the island real? Is what's going on a literal event of a man walking across a Scottish island, or is it a dream that he's had? Does the island even exist? And one of the things that we try to do with the writing is to constantly lull the player into a position where they got an understanding, they made a decision about what they thought was going on, and then to undercut it. So you never actually were able to settle on any one interpretation. And that was the challenge I set myself when I wrote the original mod, was can we put a story in a game that not only lends itself to multiple interpretations, but there is no stable interpretation. Every single interpretation you have will always have questions, and you'll never be able to fully trust what you think you understand about the game. So it's challenging, I think, for that result. It becomes quite a challenging kind of game story because of that, because you don't ever get that situation to go, I understand it now, I can walk away from this thing and it's all closed off and it's tidy. It was a very deliberate attempt to say, no matter where you think you are with this story, you're always questioning whether or not that's right.
That's one of the things I really love about this. You can interpret it in so many different ways, and each time you play it, you can interpret it in a different way. I really love that, but I disagree with the idea that, like, you maybe can infinitely play it, because, well, I mean, I suppose you can. It's like if you've got a favourite film, you might never stop watching that, you know. Every couple of years, at the latest, you might want to put it on again. I know when I was younger, I had a phase of pretty much every time that the Horror Channel, this was before like Netflix and stuff, pretty much every time the Horror Channel would put the Texas Chainsaw Massacre on, the first Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I would quite happily sit and watch that every single time. So yeah, I'm sure that actually you can play this game like an infinite number of times and never get bored of it. But I also think that there's going to come a point for a lot of people where they might play it a couple of times, or even like 3 or 4 times or something, and then they might decide that they're happy with where they are in their interpretation of the story and not have to play it again after that. Although actually, to say about my point with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I probably still watch that at least once a year. I absolutely love that film. This has completely got nothing to do with the game, really, other than me thinking about things that you can completely just keep going back to over and over again. And yeah, I don't think there's ever going to come a point where if it's on, I'm going to turn it off, you know? I actually just think it's a really cool film. I always wish that in this section, because it's bright enough to see without the torch on, and because these kind of glowy, like little art pieces look better in the dark, like if you can move your torch away from them, they look better. I always wish the torch didn't turn on for this section, but you have no control over that, so unfortunately you just get the torch.
One of the things that's been most commented on with the audio and the music in Dear Esther is how sparse it is. And that was a really deliberate tactic. I wanted to leave room for the player to think and to dream and to wonder and to put their own interpretation into what was happening. And I think the problem with so much modern media is how bombarded we are constantly. It's the kind of MTV, flash in your face, constant music. And Dan and I watch a lot of drama together, and there really is constant
Endless,
music.
which is constantly telling you what you should feel, like really clearly, and it's like being kind of beaten up by the music sometimes.
And when you read a lot of reviews of Dear Esther, a lot of people say they had this time to think and to interpret, and that was one of their favourite things, that they placed themselves so directly into the game, and it's their experience. And I think that's actually the greatest success of the game on all points, from the story to Rob's art to the music, is we all left space for the player to dream.
That's another fantastic point, and another thing that I really love about Dear Esther, and just hearing her talk about that there reminds me of basically every modern horror film. I mean, okay, not all of them, but a lot of modern horror films have this ridiculous thing where if something's supposed to scare you, like a jump scare or something, they'll put like a musical sting in there that's really loud. So of course you're going to jump at that, but that's just making you jump. It's not actually having any effect on your emotions. So every time I see something that's actually well done, so you know, like you'll get just a creepy thing like a ghost or something just go by in the background in a horror film, I love that, you know, when there's no musical sting or anything, and it just really freaks you out or makes you jump if you see it, but there's no musical cue there to force your perspective, to make you see it, to make you realise there was something that you should have jumped at there. And yeah, something I love about Dear Esther is that you can play it and just, for example, you could even just sit here for ages, just listening to the wind, watching the flowers blowing in the breeze and just listening to the sound of the stream. So it's wonderful that they've actually put the thought into that and taken the care to make sure that you can enjoy this and you don't have to have constant music there. So yeah, well done game creators. Fantastic, love it. And well done for knowing how important it is to use sound in the right way when it's needed and not just to just constantly have music there when it's not necessary. I still have no idea what these urns look like or where I'm going to find them. And I can see obviously that I need to go back over there, but I'm so curious about where these urns are that I'm just kind of looking around all over the place now.
So there's a lot of places in the game where you see a lot of strange things, and this is very deliberate. One of the things we wanted to do is just kind of like not spoon feed the player every little piece of story. We kind of just, some things are literally just in there to just kind of let you think and let you decide on whatever you want to bring to the story yourself. So it's kind of like I approached it like an impressionist painting where you've got like this kind of very vague outline of things, but if you stare at it enough, you can kind of like fill in the spaces, and kind of the image comes together on its own. So a lot of these kind of strange pieces of geography and stuff, that's really kind of deliberate in some ways, just to kind of keep the player's mind open and kind of bring their own interpretations of the story through that.
So I know in the next section we actually walk along that top area there, but there's also this extra little path below here that I was trying to see if we could get to. Unless the urns that we're looking for are really tiny, I don't think we need to go there, but I'm going to try to anyway.
When I was originally thinking about how to write the music for the game, I suddenly realised that you don't see anybody in the game, and the most important character as such is the island itself. So one of the things that I did with the music was to write the island as if she or he were a character in its own right. And that's really important, I think, that you're going through this space and actually it's completely devoid of people, but the music in a way populates the island, and that the voice of the island speaks to you through the music.
which is interesting because I think that's really come on in terms of later games we've done, that sowed the seeds for the way in which we approach music in Rapture, where it was very specifically the voice of characters. And Machine for Pigs as well, where the music was about being Lily's voice in the game, Lily's representation in the game. So it's interesting how, looking back on Esther, a lot of those kind of ideas were tried out here that then came on to take other forms in stuff we've done since. All right, let's talk about walking. Let's do it. We're gonna address the elephant in the room, the very, very slow-moving elephant in the room. So this might be a longer conversation because it kind of fits with that. So Esther was the first of the what are now called walking simulators, and it was really interesting that for us it didn't feel that weird to have a game that was slower than normal, where actually there was lots of time to just walk around and think and look at things. And it was amazing at the time how this was seen as completely revolutionary, and it's really interesting, and it's amazing to see how many other games have kind of like taken it on board. For me, it came from, I didn't see it as being odd to have a game where very little happened, where you thought about what you were doing. For me, it was kind of interesting that you could play some of the best moments in Doom are the bits when nothing's happening and you're just doing it, or System Shock, or those games that I absolutely love. Those quiet moments were the really powerful ones. But Esther is definitely slower than a lot of games, and I think that's actually why it's lasted. I think if we did have moments where we went, should it be faster, should we put a sprint button in, but I'm so pleased that we kind of held our nerve and went, no, just as like in real life, I don't run everywhere because that would be weird. It's okay to have a game where you don't run everywhere, and actually it is a bit weird to run everywhere, but if you're going to do that, then you've got to support it in other ways. And I think the music was a really powerful way of supporting that change of pace.
What's really funny for me though, Dan, is that shamefully I'd never played a game before I worked on Dear Esther. So I didn't realise that all games weren't like this, which is now looking back really naive. But I didn't realise that games didn't have, always have, this slow pace, and I thought there were lots of meditative games out there, and that actually wasn't really the case at the time, and that's exploded since. But in terms of the music, supporting that pace that you'd set emotionally felt really important. So if you listen to the music, actually the BPM is at a very slow walking speed. And it just almost, there's a lot of things now that say it's called entrainment, that it slows your heartbeat, or it can speed up your heartbeat when you listen to music. And actually, I think what the Esther music does really successfully is it makes you almost accept, and more than accept, that speed. You actually start to feel that's the pace of your journey, and that I really like that about the music, actually.
It makes you just comfortable with that pace too. I think it just eases you into it. You feel relaxed.
I actually love that there are so many kind of walking simulator games like this now, because it really is cool to just be able to go off and explore a different environment. I kind of agree with the idea of not including a sprint button. The only time I would disagree with that is if you're playing through and either you got yourself lost, or if you're just revisiting a particular chapter because you want to enjoy the atmosphere of the area that you're trying to get to, then it might be good to have the option to sprint just to get to the bit where, if you put it on because you want to listen to the music or look at a particular piece of scenery and just enjoy that. And this game is designed in such a way that I expect people actually want to do that sometimes. But on your initial playthrough, when you're playing for the story and the experience, I totally agree. There was no need for a sprint, and I'm really glad that there is not a sprint for anybody who's actually playing this through for the first time.
The radio mast in Dear Esther is obviously there as a really important kind of design feature as well as its place within the story. And that, I think, came from, it was really interesting, it being a Half-Life mod to begin with, and the Citadel in Half-Life 2, that it tells you how far you are through the game. You're always looking up to the skyline, am I closer to the Citadel, can I see it? And it lets you know how near you are to the end of the game. And it was really important because Esther's so open in a way, and because there isn't this, you're not using kind of shootouts or kind of gating it with combat encounters to kind of constantly keep you moving, that it was really, really important that you always had that focal point of going, I know exactly from the beginning of the game, virtually right from the start, you know where you're going, you know where the game's going to end up, and you know that sooner or later you're going to be either at the base of that thing or climbing that thing, and it's always there, that red light. And I think particularly with the colour palette of the game, the fact that you've got this very, very, very clear red light that's unlike any of the other colours in the game immediately tells you as a player, this is what the shape of this thing is going to be, this is where I'm going, this gives me a purpose, even if the sort of moment by moment is a bit more abstract.
Yeah, and navigationally as well, it helps you, it draws you in the right direction as you play the game. You can never get lost if you just follow that one landmark.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting place of where that sort of traditional game design is still, there's loads of it in Esther, it's just not necessarily done in quite the same way.
So something you'll notice as you look around the environment is, you know, from a distance you see the landscape. It's kind of a beautiful place in some ways, but something I wanted to bring to the game was that there's this second layer beneath the surface. Whereas if you look at things closely, you see that the actual island itself is very polluted. It's kind of very rotten. You know, everywhere you look, every rock, every grass surface, it has this layer of filth on it, and it's kind of been put in there just to kind of emphasize further that this island's a really unpleasant place to live. It's like if you scratch the surface, you see like just how corrupt this island is.
That's an interesting point and an interesting thing that they tried to do, given that there are also so many areas that you can just sit and look at it because it is just absolutely beautiful to look at. But yeah, this fits so well with the story, and It's fantastic that you've got that extra detail there.
We cast and did all the voice direction for Esther ourselves for the mod, and it was basically Jess and I on a casting website just listening to people's show reels and finding what's the voice of this thing. And there was never any question about Nigel. I think we heard his show reel for the first time round. It's probably been listened to sort of 30 or 40 actors. And we started listening to his show reel and just both looked at each other and went, that's it, that's him. And it was amazing when Nigel came in. We had, I think, a day and a half to do the whole thing. And he just did that amazing thing that really, really great actors did. If he just walked in, got in front of the microphone, and more or less did the entire thing in one take. And we did hardly any retakes on anything. It just felt like his instinct for the character and the game was so strong that he just, without virtually any direction, just came in and just got it. And one of the hardest things with the voiceover that we did was when we went from the mod, which had 3 potential narrative units per cue, to 4 potential narrative units per cue, was not only finding new bits of writing that kind of complemented and played off what was there in the original mod, but for Nigel to come back in, nearly 5 years later, and to just re-find that voice in exactly the same way and deliver it in a way that fitted in and complemented it was a real testament to his ability as an actor, I think. That apart from we had spent quite a lot of time trying to make the sound actually sound the same in terms of mic placement and things like that, but in terms of the actual delivery of those new monologues, you wouldn't know that was both written and acted sort of 4.5 years after the original thing was done. So the one person who's not in the room sort of today but deserves a huge amount of credit for how the game kind of eventually was delivered, but also I think in terms of how the game has lasted, a huge amount of respect needs to go to Nigel Carrington for his work on it.
Okay, so I thought that when we came around here we were actually going to go along the top and see that stream again, that I wanted to try and get to those other little bits of path on, but I'm wrong and I don't think we actually get to go there again. But this is where there's that hole that I'm going to try jumping down to see if that's the other achievement. Here we go.
Come back.
That was the other achievement.
So this hole in the ground was kind of a difficult thing in some ways. It's a bit of a challenging aspect of the game because in some ways it kind of like, I think for me we wanted to have this kind of this pit here, and I wanted the player to be able to actually go as close as possible and like look over the edge and you know, kind of have this feeling of dread and stuff. But the other issue that we faced was like, what happens if the player just jumps into the hole? Like we have no real death in the game, and from a design point of view, Dan, I mean, I don't know what you
it was really hard because you know, it was a game where we couldn't let the player die. We didn't want to have respawns, but we had to handle the fact that there would be both accidents where the player would fall off a cliff or something, but also the deliberate urges of the player.
Yeah.
You know, the first thing you're going to do is go, great, there's an ocean, how far out can I go? Or there's a cliff that's really high, can I jump off it? And how do you have death in a game where you can't have the player die? Because if the player starts breaking up the experience by dying and reloading, then you're in a really, you start breaking the experience a lot. So
yeah, I mean, we didn't want to also have like artificial boundaries, you know, where it's like an invisible wall. Like if you take a look through the game, you'll never see a place where you think you can get to, but you can't. There's always some kind of actual natural boundary or man-made boundary. So yeah, that was the other thing. We didn't really want to create this invisible wall around this thing. So
it kind of, the whole drove the way in which that sort of the very weird audio visual, probably one of the most dreamlike bits in the game, where if you do die and you get the kind of the heartbeat and the strange flashes of visuals. And I think in a lot of ways, if we hadn't had the hole there and we hadn't had a place where we go, right, players will jump in this hole, we have to start from that basis, they will throw themselves down this hole, it kind of gave us the impetus to really, really focus on it. And I think the stuff like the drowning deaths and the cliff deaths are strong because the hole was there, and I'm not sure if the hole hadn't been there, whether or not we'd have arrived at that way of handling it, which I'm really proud of. I think it's a really incredibly creative, interesting way of handling a player going out of bounds and of actually being able to reset the game when the player's basically done something you ideally wouldn't want them to do.
yeah, and I kind of think it fits well with the theme of the game as well, because you don't really know what's just happened.
Yeah,
it's not
absolutely.
it's not like you hear a death sound and then you kind of respawn. It's this kind of like very soft, very ambiguous change. You know?
There was a point in the original mod where if you died, it would do the whole Half-Life major fracture detected.
Yeah.
It always brought a really good tone to the game.
Yeah, yeah.
I love that. If I'd actually known that they had made it so that you would just kind of instantly spawn back in there instead of like going back to a checkpoint or something, I would have tried going all the way out into the ocean, jumping down that hole, jumping off cliffs and stuff earlier in one of my previous playthroughs just to see those extra visuals. But the reason that even the first time I came across this hole in the ground, I edged closer to it and was just like, I'm not going to jump down there because if I have to go back to a checkpoint, that's just going to completely ruin my immersion in the game. So now that I know that, I kind of wish that I'd tried it on first playthrough. Because, yeah, it's really cool. I love the little extra visuals that you get. I am also going to try jumping off a cliff now because I want to see what the visuals are for that as well.
One of the really important jobs of a composer, I think, is to provide the player or the listener with different emotional tones and states. And up until this point in the game, the music has been very sparse, very intimate, and very isolating in a way. But the island is also a beautiful and magnificent place, and what I wanted to do at this point for the first time in the game is to create something that was really epic. So we go from that shift in scale where it's very intimate and small to suddenly realising that this is an extraordinary and magical place to be, as well as a difficult and quite sad and melancholic place to be. So the string players were instructed at this point to play with much more vibrato. Up until this point they've played in a very sort of Scottish style actually, no vibrato, very plain playing. But this was a really beautiful cue to write actually, because that has that scale. You suddenly realise that the island is really big, and you have this beautiful vista, and the music then shifts so the player can actually just for a moment, I think, enjoy being where they are.
Yeah, I think that's it. Can I? Yeah, I was going to say, this is actually one of my favourite parts of the game. It's just where everything, all the elements kind of come together perfectly. You've got the music, which just is just epic, as Jess has said. You've got the landscape, which is kind of like this big open space. You've got all the little bits and pieces that I put into the detail of the environment, like the movement. There's leaves blowing around, there's the clouds in the sky, there's the mist rising off of the grass, and then you've got Dan's voiceover coming in there, and I think it's just like all of these elements coming together and just in perfect synergy, and just kind of, it really brings chills up your spine.
I think it would have been nice to still hear the original game voiceover while also hearing the creator commentary, because I've been standing next to the little commentary points just in case it was going to talk over the game audio, the game commentary, sorry. And obviously it's not done that, it's just, I said commentary and I meant voiceover. You know what I meant. Obviously it's not done that because they've taken out that original voiceover for this commentary. But You know, it just would have been cool to have both, because you can just stand at those creator commentary points, so it wouldn't interfere. But it's still really cool, you know, to explore like this and to be able to hear the creator commentary as well. I didn't actually mean to fall off there.
So as you leave the bothy and the seagull takes off, that's the one jump scare in the game, which is kind of interesting because when we made it, we kind of had to, you know, we kind of called it a ghost story, but there was no intention really. We kind of wanted this dreamy, hallucinatory type thing. But when it came out, people started coming back and saying, this game's absolutely terrifying. I was really, really frightened. And that was really amazing. And I think it's because nothing happens. We're so trained in games to go, there's stimulus all the time, that if nothing happens, you're waiting for something to happen. And kind of, I tend to go back to again and again the whole sequence in Dead Space 2 when you go back to the Ishimura, and it's like the best bit of Dead Space 2 because for what feels like hours, but it's probably only about 15 minutes, nothing happens and no necromorph comes at you, and it's absolutely terrifying because it's just this space and you're just left in it. So I think the kind of the bird here is really interesting because it can actually really, really make you jump. But I don't know if that was part of why people were saying that the game was really scary, but it was a real surprise when people started coming back and saying, this is a frightening game. And I don't know how much of that is to do with the ideas in the game are frightening when you think about them, and how much of it is to do with just the emptiness and the lack of kind of things in the game make it a really quite stressful or quite frightening place. But it was a real surprise, I think, that sort of reaction from a lot of players when we shipped it. Inside the bothy, there is a randomised chance that you can find an ultrasound picture on the table, and I think it's the one instance of randomisation in the game that is like the pinnacle of it, because the idea that Esther was pregnant when she died changes everything emotionally about how you understand the story. And not to say that you don't care as much if you don't find it, but it just adds this other layer of just the ground falls away from him the first time I saw it, and the meaning of the crash and Esther's death just means so much more when you go, it's not just about her, there was an unborn child here. And I think that's where the randomisation just hits its absolute peak, because it's one tiny detail that may or may not be there, but if it's there, it's going to fundamentally change the way you feel about the entire thing. And that's the strength that the randomisation elements in Esther kind of provide, that you go, you're likely kind of feeling about the story and your understanding about the story can be changed so absolutely by the occurrence or not of one tiny little prop detail. And that's something which, those moments I think are what make it really, really special. So it's for me, it's almost like the most important prop in the game, because when it happens, it's so profound.
Yeah, and it's again, it's just something that makes each playthrough more personal, I think. This is what I love reading about, people finding these things and going, holy shit, I've just found this one thing that's going to change it. That's changed my interpretation completely.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's not going to be the cliff that I try jumping off of then. I suppose I could jump off that section, but there might be some commentary down there now that I think about it, so let's go that way.
So one of the things that influenced the visuals quite a lot was the tech limitations at the time, and also the kind of themes of the game. Like, tech-wise, we were never ever gonna kind of achieve photorealism, and I think that was a good thing. I mean, really, it made us sort of stretch out into other areas, and for me as an artist, it kind of made me think a little bit more creatively. I did a few tests at the beginning, and when I realized this wasn't possible, I kind of went back and I kind of did some research on different styles, and one of the ones that really struck me was this kind of impressionistic painterly style, where it's kind of like there's just enough shape and color there for you to form an image, but a lot of it is just your imagination. It's kind of like the believability of the environment is in your mind. So this is something that I really wanted to bring over into the game, and you'll see a lot of landscapes that kind of look very surreal, very kind of unreal, and that's mainly due to this impressionistic style.
And it actually works so well that if I hadn't just heard that particular piece of commentary, I would have thought that it was always supposed to look like this. I wouldn't have thought that this was a design settled on because of any limitations that they had. Like, it just looks so beautiful and it really draws you in. So yeah, I never would have thought that this was in some way settling for less than photorealistic, because it's such a cool style. And actually, just to add to that, I think I'm, now after hearing that, I think I'm actually glad that they couldn't make it photorealistic, because I don't think photorealistic would have worked as well.
We should probably talk about some of the inspirations behind it. I'm on a strict you don't talk about Stalker kind of thing going on here. But when Rob and I started talking, I think one of the first things that we kind of discovered was how much we're both obsessed with Stalker.
Yeah.
And I think that was one of the major things behind it in terms of when people talk about game inspirations. I mean, for me, there's a lot of FPS stuff in there, Doom, System Shock, but I think Stalker probably more than anything else. And Roadside Picnic, the Strugatsky novel that Stalker's based on, of the idea of this incredible space that you didn't understand, that's simultaneously beautiful and threatening. And I think sort of Tarkovsky's kind of films kind of play into that as well, particularly his version of Stalker, that you want to have this place that you feel rather than think about. And for me, that was like really kind of core to all of the inspirations for the game, was this is a space that is about feeling, not thinking.
Yeah, I think the movies in particular, I think I hadn't watched the movies. I'd read the book and I played the game, but when I watched the movie, it kind of all made sense to me, like why I like the game so much and why I like the story. It's just like every shot is like a painting. It's like every shot has its story to tell. There's very little dialogue in the actual movie itself. There's just these long, lingering shots, and each shot is amazingly beautiful, and in its kind of desolation. And for me, that was like a huge influence, like trying to bring some of that through into the environments. So that is definitely something I'm going to struggle not to talk about. But the game as well. I'd say the actual Stalker game has a big place in my heart. Like gaming-wise, it's one of the reasons I got into game art in the first place.
Yeah.
So that to me is a big part of it too.
I'm finding it fascinating, some of the influences that they had when making Dear Esther, because some of them are just so completely different that if I was asked, before hearing this commentary, if I was asked to guess any of the influences, I certainly wouldn't have thought of things like Doom or Stalker. I might have thought of things like the ghost stories of M.R. James, or maybe some H.P. Lovecraft or something like that.
One of the more interesting and challenging things to do in the visual side of things is to kind of create an emotional connection with the player. With the music, it's very strong, and the dialogue can kind of help you to feel what the character's feeling, but to kind of really create an atmosphere and to create emotion, it's very difficult. So I designed a few things very subtly within the environment to kind of plant imagery into your mind and kind of make you feel certain things. With this shipwreck on the beach, you can kind of, like, if you look at it from certain angles, you get this real, like it's like a cross sticking up. It's this kind of semi-religious imagery, but it really kind of, it's not obvious, it's not in your face, it's just kind of like something that makes you feel like something you know. And so like there's a lot of deliberate attempts in the game to recreate that feeling, and it's kind of hard to point out in many other places, but it's done in a way where every single rock, every single plant, every single cliff face has been deliberately placed and designed in a way to try and make you feel something in the game.
It's actually interesting that he says about that looking like a cross, because when I first saw it, I was wondering if it was intentional that it looked a bit like a cross, or if it was just the fact that that's how ships were designed. Because it is how ships were designed, and there is every chance that you could find a shipwreck somewhere that just looks like that, you know. So it is interesting to know that it was actually a kind of conscious decision to have it sort of look like a cross, but also it could just be just a shipwreck.
This is another of my favourite bits in the game, where you come along the edge of the sort of gully and you find hundreds of books, and it's one of the first times where most explicitly there's the suggestion that nothing you're seeing is real, because there's just no way that this can exist, and it's a really amazing, uncanny moment. But it works, I think, for me, because you just go, I don't understand it, but it's lodged somewhere in my head and I can't get rid of it and I can't unsee this. And I think for me, like in terms of my influences from books, I mean, there's the obvious sort of stuff like with Burroughs, Cut Up and things like that going on. But it comes to the kind of books that I really love, that, like Roadside Picnic, or the other one by the Strugatskys as well, I absolutely love, is The Ugly Swans, that's just full of these images that you go, I don't understand, I literally have no idea what's going on here, but I can't shake it, it's just got its hooks in me. And I think more recently you've got books like Jeff Vandermeer's Annihilation does this so well, where nothing is understandable, but you feel the logic, but you can't understand the logic, but you feel like the logic's there. And that, I think, is a really powerful thing that games are so good at doing, of creating these things. And I think where a lot of game writing for me becomes kind of the wheels fall off it, is that they have these amazing ideas and then suddenly there's this huge rush of going, right, we've developed this mythos and we've shown you all the tips of the iceberg, which are really interesting, but now we're just going to show you the whole iceberg. And actually, that's never that satisfactory as a player, because it robs the mystery. And I think the best game writing is those kind of moments where you go, I feel like there's something just outside the edge of my vision or just on the edge of my hearing. But it's the confidence to go, that's it, that's all you get, and the rest of it is up to your imagination. And I think it does loop back to games like Stalker. I think Skyrim at its best does it so well, where you just have these moments where you think, I want to know, but it's going to be down to my imagination to draw those things. And the player's imagination is the most powerful thing you've got in your design kit. There is nothing you can put on screen, there is nothing you can do with audio, there's nothing you can do with dialogue that will ever be as powerful as the player's own imagination. So if you oversell the idea and oversell the image, what you're actually doing is you're kind of not only robbing the player of the opportunity to invest in the game, but you're also fundamentally opting for a weaker tool than what the player can bring to the experience themselves.
I couldn't agree more. This is also something that happens in certain books and certain films as well. It's not just something that happens in games. Especially when it comes to films, often it's better, like if they've got a low budget, it's better to leave more to the imagination, because the amount of films I've seen where they had this really cool idea, and for as long as it was kind of in the shadows and you didn't really know what it was brilliant, it was terrifying, you know, it conjured up so many images in your mind, and then they put it on screen in relatively decent light and you go, oh, I can see that that is just CGI, or I can see that that's just someone in a rubber suit or something. And don't get me wrong, I love like old sci-fi films and stuff where it is just somebody in a rubber suit and it's still just a really cool thing to watch. But if you're really trying to create especially a sense of fear more than any other emotion really, then sometimes it's just better not to show everything. Don't reveal absolutely every little detail. A very good example of that would actually be, I've already talked about David F. Sandberg, I'm going to do it again. The little short film that he made on his YouTube channel for Lights Out is so much more powerful than the feature-length film that was made. Obviously he had creative control over both of them, but originally it was just this like short little, I think about a 2-minute long little mini film, and it was fantastic. There was no explanation, and then the full-length feature film came out, and he'd had to obviously include loads of background for what I'm going to call the monster. It's more of a ghost, but let's call it the monster. And it just got less powerful because, at least for me, I was watching it like, I didn't need to know this. I actually enjoyed that little 2-minute short so much more than the feature film. The 2-minute short was so much scarier because I didn't know really what this thing was, why it was there. You know, that there was nothing to say this couldn't happen in my house, for example. Once you got to that feature film, it was like, oh no, this can only happen in one particular place. If you don't happen to be living in that place or visiting that place, this isn't a kind of ghost or monster that you should be scared of. This is not going to happen to you. And I mentioned M.R. James earlier, so this is a perfect time to mention M.R. James again, because something that he does with his ghost stories is gives you just enough detail to come up with something terrifying in your own mind, but he never puts so much detail there that you have to have his vision of the story he's telling. And he was always very careful with that, because he knew anything he could tell you, anything he could describe to you in his short stories that would scare him might not necessarily scare you, and your imagination is always going to be more powerful. To a certain extent, obviously, a lot of games obviously try to limit what they tell you, particularly like they're saying in Dear Esther. They tried to make sure that you don't ever have a complete 100% certain knowledge of what this story is and what everything represents, and I love that. But there are some games where, just by the nature of the game, they kind of can't avoid giving you too much information, or showing you a monster that as soon as you see it, you're like, oh, was that it? In games, I think, particularly with monsters in games, even if the monster's not particularly well designed or wouldn't necessarily be scary if you're, for example, watching a playthrough, it's scary when you're playing it just because gaming is a more immersive experience, you know, especially if it's a first-person game. Yeah, I've kind of ranted a little bit too long about that point, so I'm going to continue now. Actually, I suppose I should have just summed that up by saying that there are definitely instances where any creative person, be they a game designer, be they an author, be they a director, there are always times where less can be more. So, yeah, that's just something that I think everyone really needs to think about every so often. And also there can be times where more is more, you know. Like if you're watching a Saw film, there's only one reason you're watching that, and that's for interesting traps and gruesome deaths, you know. So if you're watching a Saw film, more is definitely more. But for some other things, that example I was given of Lights Out, definitely less is more in those instances.
One of the really important images in the game is the radio mast, and the soundscapes that I wrote for the game are really tied into this idea. So it's the concept of the tortured sounds that they're so broken down, they're so manipulated, and it really is supposed to represent the inner state of the protagonist at this point. It's that fractured understanding. So it kind of works on two levels actually. We have the narrator who's trying to understand the journey that he's on, and we also have the audience's journey and their struggle for comprehension to understand what's going on in the game. So this distortion, this breaking down, this fragmented, kind of tortured sound really ties into the idea of the radio mast and that idea of communication, actually. That the game is trying to communicate something to you, the narrator's trying to tell you something, but it's so difficult to understand what that is.
I know I'm not supposed to be able to climb up the sides here, but I just wanted to test it and see.
The caves in the game are really interesting because it's a very tonal shift within the whole visual look of the game. It's kind of like this more organic, more surreal, dreamlike landscape compared to what you're used to before this point. It's we kind of used the visuals and this kind of unreal theme very subtly, but here it's kind of at the forefront, and it's, to me, has kind of been designed as this kind of journey through the inner self, through the body, and it's really designed to be a very different experience compared to the rest of the game.
This, for me, is probably the most pivotal music cue in the game, and it's the one that most people write to me about to say that they are absolutely obsessed with and they love. It's the only music cue that has singing. It has a female voice, and I think that's a really important shift for me, that you've gone from this beautiful string music, but it's quite abstract, into what is effectively a song. And with lyrics, so you're actually explicitly saying something as a composer at this point. The other thing that I think it's important to say for me is it's the biggest shift from the music that I wrote for the mod. It's the same music, but the act of having it sung by an amazing singer. I sang it on the original and it's really bad, and Clara Sanabras re-recorded it. And it's what good actors do, it's what Nigel Carrington did, it's what good musicians do, and they take something that you've created and they just shove it up into the next level and make something that's good into something really extraordinary. And also for me, I think it's a point where the environment art and the music just meld so beautifully and so seamlessly into one. I mean, on a personal level, I've played the game hundreds of times now, and I still enter the caves and I look at Rob's work and I'm just absolutely overawed, just gobsmacked by its beauty. And I just think it's a really magical moment in gaming for me, actually. I know that probably sounds really dramatic, but I just think it absolutely hits something where everything just works together. And the music is so dreamlike. You know, Rob has talked about the journey through the body, and I think that's absolutely, for me, the music becomes so organic and fluid and actually very feminine and female at that point. You're hearing the voice of his love.
It is actually this particular piece of music that, as I was saying earlier about, there was that concert near us that we didn't get to go to, where they were performing the music of Dear Esther. And it's actually this piece that I would have been really interested in hearing live. And if we actually get the opportunity to see that at some point, or I suppose hear that at some point, I would really love to be able to do that.
I just want to say that I think you can divide caves in games into pre and post Dear Esther. I think that it's just a way of breaking away from reality into saying what you can do with these spaces that actually makes them this incredibly, much more vividly colourful and much more kind of interpretative and look from it. And it's really interesting that I look at caves now in games, and I find myself going, that's a very Rob Briscoe cave. And I think that's an amazing thing to have achieved. So I think it's one of those. It's great paying other people's work compliments. I enjoy that because you never feel like you're being big-headed about yourself. But I think it is. I think particularly it does come again down to that blend between the audio and visuals that just, it's a real high watermark. I kind of, it's one of the areas in all of the games we've made that I'm most proud of.
I think as well, you think you know what you're getting with Dear
Yes.
Esther for the first 45 minutes of the game, wherever we are at this point, and then you step into something completely unexpected and completely new, and I think it just throws the player such a curveball in such a wonderful way.
I actually really have to compliment this particular section of the game, because I would quite happily, if somebody made like a 3-hour video that was just this really nice kind of cave waterfall visual. You can hear the water and you can hear this wonderful Dear Esther music. I would quite happily just have like a 3-hour video of that just as background music. And in fact I have put the game on before got to this point and just kind of let it go for a while, just because it's a really beautiful area.
I think when you're designing a game, it's very easy to get very locked into what the system can do. And you're trying to deal with all the different variations of things, that if a player does this, then this, and we have to deal with the consequence here. And our lead designer, Andrew, and I talk about this all the time, about you might have an idea, but then how does this radiate out throughout the entire system? And you get very caught in the idea of what the system has to be and how robust the system has to be and this kind of thing. And I think what's really important as a sort of a designer, as a creative, is that understanding that actually the real game is happening in the player's head, and that the system can be whatever you want it to be, but if the game isn't running in the player's head as opposed to on the screen, then you're missing a trick. You're not letting the game be everything it could be. And I think the great thing about working with a game as simple as Esther in a way is that those sort of consequences of player interaction, there's not a huge number of them in the way that there might be with a very mechanically complex game. So you can really heavily focus on what is the game experience that's being played out within the player's sort of mind and heart at the moment. And there are other, sort of, I know this is a kind of a way of approaching game design that has become increasingly popular over the last few years, and like Journey was a really, really good example of that game company really focusing on what's the emotional experience of playing this game. But I think, again, it's probably one of the reasons why Esther has lasted as long as it has done, because it's not a mechanical exercise, it's an exercise in trying to inspire you as a player to have the deepest experience and the deepest engagement, and to really run the game in your own head rather than it being something that you're sitting 6 feet away from, kind of interacting with. I hate interaction as a term for that. I think it becomes very cold and mechanical and systems driven, and really interaction is completely trivial and pointless if there isn't an emotional engagement with the player and you haven't moved it away from the screen and into the player's head.
I completely agree with that. It's kind of like I was saying earlier about thinking that sometimes in film it would be nice if you could kind of have a way of getting more involved, like because with a film you are always passively watching, even if you're actually engaged in the story, even if you are connecting to the characters, you are always passively watching a film. And something I like about Dear Esther is it is very much like a film, but because you actually can look around and because you're in control of when you just stop and just take in the scenery, you're in control of where you're actually focused. So, you know, you could like looking at that view, you could want to spend some time looking more like that, just with the water off to the side or something. And you get to pick that and you get to focus on what you want to focus on. And I do think that a lot of films would actually benefit from being able to have some extra level of engagement, you know. And I know that wouldn't work with a lot of the stories that films try to tell, but it really works with this. It's like so much more immersive. And I'm sure that's why people keep coming back to it, you know.
What's really important to me is that Dear Esther started out as a Half-Life 2 mod, and if the Half-Life 2 modding community hadn't championed it and celebrated it and downloaded it a lot and talked about it and loved it, then it would never have been a game. So it's never really bothered me, the kind of is it a game conversation, because as far as I can see it, Dear Esther and like everything that's come after it has been inspired by it. This was championed by Half-Life 2 modders, and they made it what it is. And so if you've made something that the real kind of hardcore of the hardcore, in terms of these are first-person shooter modders, have gone, this is really good and really special and we're behind this, then you've already got the support of a really amazing gaming community, and the fact that they championed it, we owe them a huge amount in terms of where we are. And I'm really proud to come out of that scene. I'm really proud to be a company and to be sitting here talking about a game that started life as a mod.
Yeah, I think they're the ones that have really kind of like pushed us forward and given us the passion to be able to take it to a commercial level and give us the confidence to make us believe that there's an audience for this kind of thing.
That's another interesting point there, because actually the only times I've ever seen people saying anything negative about Dear Esther is when they don't understand what Dear Esther is actually supposed to be. So if you go and look on like Steam and you look at the reviews, a lot of the time you will find people who, if they are posting a negative review, their negativity will just be that they didn't expect basically a walking simulator. They didn't expect it to be sort of this like interactive but almost film-like experience. And I'm not sure if that's because a lot of the negative reviews that I saw, I'm not sure if that's because they happened before people were really aware of what walking simulators are, or, you know, before the popularity of Dear Esther, people had those certain expectations of what a game had to be. And so I think that that's where any of the negative reviews I've actually seen come from. Everybody who either already understood what the concept of a walking simulator was, or, you know, anybody who'd even looked at visual novels and things like that, they've all had a positive experience with it. Also, even if somebody was expecting a more traditional game, came into this and just, after realising what it was, just took the time to go, okay, I see what the creators were doing here. Anybody who's taken that time and really thought about it has had a positive experience with it and has really enjoyed it. So I think it is interesting that obviously the kind of game community it stemmed from, you know, it's interesting that people who were into such a different style of game can then come to this and be like, yeah, wow, this is amazing. And I'm not saying that people obviously only play one type of game, you know, everybody has a wide range of games that they'll enjoy, but we also all have our favourite styles of game. I, for one, you know, I really enjoy point-and-click adventure games because they're like, there's so many cool stories in those. I also, one of my favourite games, of course, is World of Warcraft, and, you know, just even thinking like the traditional point-and-click games like Monkey Island, or even thinking about World of Warcraft, are so totally different to Dear Esther as far as the experience you get from playing them, that obviously everybody loves different styles of games, but this is still just such an incredible, beautiful, immersive game that I kind of can't understand anybody not enjoying it unless they really don't understand that you can tell a story in a different way, you know. You don't have to have like a shooter game or a point and click game or a traditional adventure game or anything like that. You can have something that is just beautiful like this. And obviously a lot of other games, a lot of adventure games and things like that are very beautiful as well, in terms of story, in terms of environments and everything, but there aren't many games that are designed in a way that you could call them like just an artistic experience, you know. They are obviously games as well, you know. I'm explaining my thoughts so badly here. What I'm really trying to get at is Dear Esther is almost an art installation. It's like a massive art installation that you can just come in and you can just explore, and you know, you don't have those other traditional gaming points. You know, you don't have quests as such, and obviously you do have that end point, you have the focal point of getting to that radio tower, but it's not like you go to the quest giver, you get the quest, you go off on the quest, you come back, you hand it in, or it's not like a first person shooter or anything like that. So it really does feel just like an art installation. Like, it is beautiful because of what it is. And I love the fact that so many people whose usual gaming style is so different from this actually did come along and champion it and just say, yeah, look, this is such a cool experience, it's such a beautiful experience. And yeah, I'm really glad, because if this had just stayed a mod like it was originally designed, I probably wouldn't have got to experience it, because I don't really play a lot of mods. I don't know why. I should probably play more mods, but yeah, I don't seem to play many mods, so yeah, if it hadn't been for that community, I might never have got to experience this. And Dear Esther is also one of my favourite games. Although I do consider it, as I've said, I do consider it sort of more like a film than a game. Either way, it is super cool. Also, before I set off that commentary, I have to say yet again that I don't think I've seen anything that looked like an urn, and I've certainly not had any pop-ups to tell me that I've got the urn achievement. So, if I get to the end of this playthrough and I haven't found all of the urns, what I'm going to do is try and find them separately, and then I'll just do like either a little clip at the end of this video or a separate little clip just showing where those urns are, because I'm kind of annoyed that I haven't found them yet and I would like to find them. So if I can't find them, there's probably some other people who can't find them either. So yeah, when I do eventually find them, I shall definitely put a guide for them somewhere.
Dear Esther was my first foray into writing music for games, and I actually approached it very traditionally, so more as a film score than a traditional interactive game music score. And what's really interesting for me is that the lack of interactivity in the music was never a problem for anybody that played the game. And that's a separate discussion, but there's a big schism between game music composers of how much the music should be following the player at all times in terms of interactive music. But one of the reasons I wanted to say something at this point was that this was my little first journey into thinking about how you write music for games rather than films. So I had this song that was a certain length, and Dan said, well, we don't know how long the player is going to take to traverse through that space. And I thought, oh no, he's right, and slightly panicked. So this was a very simple solution where the song was split in half, and then I wrote some drone music that could just play for as long as was needed as the player walked through the space, and then the second half of the song would seamlessly play. And it's very, very simple, but it's quite emblematic for me in terms of my career, because it was the first time that I had to think about the player. Because with film music, it's so simple. You know exactly what's going to happen when. But this concept of interactivity was so new for me. So I kind of look back at it fondly, because it's quite a basic approach to, compared to something like Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, where that was an open world adventure where I had to really think about the player and their movement through the space. So I kind of look on this very fondly, this moment in the game.
I don't know when the paper origami boats first came into things with Esther, really, but it felt like a really amazing metaphor of taking these letters and folding them into boats and then letting them leave the island, because you know at this point in the game, it's kind of the realisation is there that this isn't going to end well, and that the narrator is never leaving the island, and the idea that this kind of, again, the idea of communication, or the attempt or failing communication, or trying to speak through the coma, or whatever it is, however you want to interpret it. But the idea of putting the boat in the underground river really felt like it kind of reinforced that sort of dream-like kind of quality of the caves, of actually there's something really sad about this one boat, because when you see it go past, you know that even the boats aren't going to leave the island. Like, this is something which doesn't have a tidy, neat kind of like resolution, and there's, even if you don't sort of think about it to that sort of level of depth, there's just something, it's one of those things that I really love about games that you can do, where it's just a moment that has a really distinct emotional tone to it, that you go, there's a pause when you see that boat goes past, that I just think is, yeah, it's something special you can do with kind of media-like games.
I'm just curious as to how long the boat actually stays at the end of this underground river. And I've actually played through before and come down here, and I've been here for like a little while just enjoying the music and looking at the effects of the water, and sometimes I'm sure that boat hasn't been there. It's been there most times, but I think there's been a couple of times where I haven't seen the boat.
In a lot of ways, the caves were the hardest area of the game to actually write, because we knew we didn't want to have much voiceover in there. I think because of the strength of the music, and this goes right back to the original mod, we wanted that to be the voice and for it to be a chance for Esther to speak rather than the narrator. And we also wanted to have this break, so when the narrator came out from the caves, you had a real definite sense of something happening, and that he had changed as a result of this journey. So it meant it really felt wrong to have a lot of voiceover within there, but then that made it really difficult, because then it was, you had like 4 one-sentence lines in there, and each one of those had to have an absolute clarity and to really, really kind of work. So I think for me, it was really interesting. It's like the difference between writing kind of fiction and writing poetry. When you read really amazing poets, and you have that incredible surgical precision where every single word is considered and placed so absolutely. And rather than being able to kind of, because the narrator rambles quite naturally, it was able to, you could kind of get into the flow of the narrator's ramble in other places in the level, and this was a real challenge, because suddenly I was having to write like a poet, of going, every single one of these words, every single cadence, every single sound has to be absolutely perfect, or it'll just feel like the narrator's voice is intruding on the rest of the experience. So it was, yeah, I think definitely the most challenging area of the game as a writer.
I'm actually really glad that they took so much care with that, because the caves are actually my favourite part of Dear Esther, And it is because of the music and because of the visuals and because there's not a lot of narration.
The sound here is a classic case of, again, what music I think does really well, which is you've had this soft, lyrical, beautiful, epic, dreamlike music, and then the moment you come out of the caves, you're into this really harsh soundscape, and the tonal shift is very, very brutal, I think, and deliberately so. You have very little music when you come out of the caves, you hear the wind. And it's a classic case of foreshadowing. So we know from this point that things are probably going to get bleaker, more difficult. And yeah, it's something that music does really well, I think, which is that emotional signalling and signposting.
This whole area moved, didn't it? The original mod, this was a
Yeah.
cave right at the beginning of the caves where
Yeah.
everything was written, and it moved to the back end of the level, and we had this long corridor that's full of these kind of it's the point of high madness, I think, in the game, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah, it's kind of just where you feel like you're losing the plot completely, both like visually and auditory, and you know, it's kind of like this really frenetic moment for me.
I think it's where you feel most that you're underneath a mountain, and you feel
Yeah.
the weight of that mountain, and just I loved the idea when we were, putting through it of what would it actually take to do this, like to actually paint all these symbols and what is going on, and it's quite an explicit kind of thing of madness of going, you would have to be insane or very, very disturbed to actually do this, and what is the process that this person's trying to work through, what they trying to achieve by this. And I think it really strengthened it, making it a crawl through a tunnel as opposed to just a static location.
Yeah, I think it's the consistency and the coherence of the symbols is a lot more broken down as well. Like you see some symbols before like scattered around the environments, but at this point they're like right in your face, and they're kind of it's just total madness, you know. Any kind of meanings have been crossed over and confused, and you know, I think it really helps to bring the tension up at this point at a level as well. So you're kind of coming out of this dreamlike state a little bit.
Yeah, you kind of know that you're getting towards the end of the serenity into something that's a bit more disturbed than that.
Yeah.
I actually love this as well. This is one of the things that on my first playthrough, I remember trying to make sense of all the symbols. Sorry, Loki just slid off his cat tree there. I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Loki was running around on the top of his cat tree, which is a little tiny platform, and he slid off, so I had to make sure that he was okay. And of course, he is absolutely fine, otherwise I wouldn't have got straight back to this. I would have been making sure that he had everything he needed and was checked out if he had hurt himself. I might actually take that top platform off the cat tree because he's slid off there a couple of times now. He's always been fine with it before, and then like this past week he's just had some completely hyper moments and just slid off them. Actually, it might just be because with the isolation at the moment, we can't go for walks and stuff like he normally would. So maybe it's just that he's had more hyper moments because he's not been going for walks as much. But you don't really need me doing a commentary on lockdown and how Loki's enjoying that or not enjoying that because of lack of being able to go for walks and stuff. So he hasn't like been able to see squirrels or anything that he usually likes going and looking at while we've been on lockdown. But enough about that. I just wanted to kind of say what the noise was that you heard and why I had to quickly go and check on Loki. I will get back to the point that I was making in the game. And that was that, yeah, the first time I played, I tried to make sense of all of this. And of course, you're not really supposed to be able to make sense of it. So when I've played through again after that, I've kind of taken in the visuals of this passively, but not like actively tried to work it out. But I think it's cool that they put so much detail into it, and I love that you see all of this at this point in the story as well, because it is absolutely perfect. Having to crawl through it, and yeah, even thinking about how much time would that take, you know, what would you have to be thinking to come and do that here? Why would you do it in a dark cave like this instead of somewhere on the landscape or on the edge of a cliff or something, you know, where you're at least going to have daylight at some point, so you're going to be able to properly see what you're doing. I know this is very luminescent, so yeah, you can see, but it would be obviously easier to write it on the side of a cliff in the daylight.
This is a bit more of a contentious one because we disagree on this one. I struggle with this. With the points in the caves where you duck above and below the water, and you have to have that transition of audio. And I love the audio on both sides of the surface tension of the water, but I really struggle with you breaking water because it's such a hard edge to the sound, and I don't think there's any other way around that. And you need to have those moments where you do go underwater because it's so important. But it's one of the areas that's never sat very comfortably with me because I feel like in a level which hasn't got a single edge in it, it's the one edge within it and it breaks me.
And that's why I think it's so successful, because you've been lured into this completely hallucinatory, dreamlike world, and then all of a sudden, as a player, you're literally gasping for breath. You're coming up for air. And I think when we're talking about that metaphor of the body, for me, it's so about birth, and it's about this coming through the water, and actually it's a moment of realisation for me, but you're having to go back under again and you're diving down. So for me, without wanting to sound incredibly pretentious, it's about the fight between the conscious and the subconscious and that struggle. Booyah!
There's actually a really interesting thing about that underwater section there, though, is that, I don't know if you remember, but you had a certain piece of music that plays when you're underwater, and to me, I really like that. It's kind of like, because at this point, it's kind of like a very calm, relaxed type of a journey, and you go on the water and it starts to break apart a little bit, and it's almost like, that kind of psychosis is still there. It's not complete bliss at this point, and and it helps to build the atmosphere up to this final jump.
So we're both saying that Dan's wrong?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's good. That's the way it should be.
I have to admit, I have never thought about the sound of when you're breaking the surface of the water before, because it just seems like such a natural sound. And obviously it is, when you're actually swimming, if you go underwater, come above water like that, you will hear that breaking the water sound. So yeah, I never thought about that. It just seems so natural. It didn't seem like a kind of harsh edge or anything. Now, this section here, I know we are supposed to go down that hole, and obviously we can't get around to that side, but we can see a path above there, so I'm wondering if we can very carefully go around this edge. I've tried to do that before, and every time I've always just fallen down, so I assume we are supposed to just fall down. Now the very first thing I'm going to do is have a little look in the opposite direction to the one that we're supposed to go in. And something I want to say here actually is that most of the times I've played through this, I've actually had the other visual for this section, because as they've already mentioned, did that just kill me? Interesting. it's not going to give me a way to go back to that, is it? So I'm gonna have to restart that section, because apparently I shouldn't have wandered off the path there. Let's just quickly see if I can get back to it. It looks like no, so I'm going to have to quickly exit to the menu and see if I can actually replay that bit. Depending on how far back it takes me, I will rush in as much as you can rush to get back to that particular section. Okay, this took us quite far back, so yeah, I will try and rush this bit, as I said, in as much as you can rush this game. I actually kind of hope that it will give us... I was going to say I kind of hope that it will give us the other image when we get into the water section there. But I kind of don't, because I did a Let's Play of the Landmark edition of Dear Esther yesterday, and that had the other visual, so if I get the same visual, hopefully, so that we can go and actually have a look at that this time, and then there will be both of them on my channel. I don't remember what visual I had in that section the first time that I played Dear Esther on my channel, because it was years ago.
The caves in the game are really interesting because it's a very tonal shift within the whole visual look of the game. It's kind of like this more organic, more surreal, dreamlike landscape compared to what you're used to before this point. It's you know, we kind of used the visuals and this kind of unreal theme very subtly, but here it's kind of at the forefront. And it's, to me, has kind of been designed as this kind of journey through the inner self, through the body, and it's really designed to be a very different experience compared to the rest of the game.
I'm triggering all of these again because, as you can see, they've... Sorry about that. As you can see, they've gone back to yellow, and once you've triggered them, they turn white. And I'm trying to get the achievement for triggering them all, so I'm going to have to trigger them all again, even though we have just heard these ones.
This, for me, is probably the most pivotal music cue in the game, and it's the one that most people write to me about to say that they are absolutely obsessed with and they love. It's the only music cue that has singing. It has a female voice, and I think that's a really important shift for me, that you've gone from this beautiful string music, but it's quite abstract, into what is effectively a song, and with lyrics, so you're actually explicitly saying something as a composer at this point. The other thing that I think it's important to say for me is it's the biggest shift from the music that I wrote for the mod. It's the same music, but the act of having it sung by an amazing singer. I sang it on the original and it's really bad, and Clara Sanabras re-recorded it, And it's what good actors do, it's what Nigel Carrington did, it's what good musicians do, and they take something that you've created and they just shove it up into the next level and make something that's good into something really extraordinary. And also for me, I think it's a point where the environment art and the music just meld so beautifully and so seamlessly into one. I mean, on a personal level, I've played the game hundreds of times now, and I still enter the caves and I look at Rob's work and I'm just absolutely overawed, just gobsmacked by its beauty. And I just think it's a really magical moment in gaming for me, actually. I know that probably sounds really dramatic, but I just think it absolutely hits something where everything just works together. And the music is so dreamlike. You know, Rob has talked about the journey through the body, and I think that's absolutely, for me, the music becomes so organic and fluid and actually very feminine and female at that point. You're hearing the voice of his love.
I just want to say that I think you can divide caves in games into pre and post Dear Esther. I think that it's just a way of breaking away from reality into saying what you can do with these spaces that actually makes them this incredibly, much more vividly colourful and much more kind of interpretative and look for it. And it's really interesting that I look at caves now in games and I find myself going, that's a very Rob Briscoe cave. And I think that's an amazing thing to have achieved. So I think it's one of those, it's great paying other people's work compliments. I enjoy that because you never feel like you're being big-headed about yourself, but I think it is, I think particularly it does come again down to that blend between the audio and visuals that just, it's a real high watermark. I kind of, it's one of the areas in all of the games we've made that I'm most proud of.
I think as well, you think you know what you're getting with Dear Esther for the first 45 minutes of the game, wherever we are at this point, and then you step into something completely unexpected and completely new, and I think it just throws the player such a curveball in such a wonderful way.
I think when you're designing a game, it's very easy to get very locked into what the system can do. And you're trying to deal with all the different variations of things that if a player does this, then this. And we have to deal with the consequence here. And our lead designer, Andrew, and I talk about this all the time about you might have an idea, but then how does this radiate out throughout the entire system? And you get very caught in the idea of what the system has to be and how robust the system has to be and this kind of thing. And I think what's really important as a sort of a designer or as a creative is that understanding that actually the real game is happening in the player's head and that the system can be whatever you want it to be, but if the game isn't running in the player's head as opposed to on the screen, then you're missing a trick. You're not letting the game be everything it could be. And I think the great thing about working with a game as simple as Esther in a way is that those sort of consequences of player interaction, there's not a huge number of them in the way that there might be with a very mechanically complex game. So you can really heavily focus on what is the game experience that's being played out within the player's sort of mind and heart at the moment. And there are other, sort of, I know this is a kind of a way of approaching game design that has become increasingly popular over the last few years, and like Journey was a really, really good example of that game company really focusing on what's the emotional experience of playing this game. But I think, again, it's probably one of the reasons why Esther has lasted as long as it has done, because it's not a mechanical exercise, it's an exercise in trying to inspire you as a player to have the deepest experience and the deepest engagement and to really run the game in your own head rather than being something that you're sitting 6 feet away from kind of interacting with. I hate interaction as a term for that. I think it becomes very cold and mechanical and systems driven, and really interaction is completely trivial and pointless if there isn't an emotional engagement with the player and you haven't moved it away from the screen and into the player's head. What's really important to me is that Dear Esther started out as a Half-Life 2 mod, and if the Half-Life 2 modding community hadn't championed it and celebrated it and downloaded it a lot and talked about it and loved it, then it would never have been a game. So it's never really bothered me, the kind of is it a game conversation, because as far as I can see it, Dear Esther and like everything that's come after it that's been inspired by it, this was championed by Half-Life 2 modders, and they made it what it is. And so if you've made something that the real kind of hardcore of the hardcore, in terms of these are first-person shooter modders, have gone, this is really good and really special and we're behind this, then you've already got the support of a really amazing gaming community, and the fact that they championed it, we owe them a huge amount in terms of where we are. And I'm really proud to come out of that scene. I'm really proud to be a company and to be sitting here talking about a game that started life as a mod.
Yeah, I think they're the ones that have really kind of like pushed us forward and given us the passion to be able to take it to a commercial level, and give us the confidence to make us believe that there's an audience for this kind of thing.
Dear Esther was my first foray into writing music for games. And I actually approached it very traditionally, so more as a film score than a traditional interactive game music score. And what's really interesting for me is that the lack of interactivity in the music was never a problem for anybody that played the game. And that's a separate discussion, but there's a big schism between game music composers of how much the music should be following the player at all times in terms of interactive music. But one of the reasons I wanted to say something at this point was that this was my little first journey into thinking about how you write music for games rather than films. So I had this song that was a certain length, and Dan said, well, we don't know how long the player is going to take to traverse through that space. And I thought, oh no, he's right, and slightly panicked. So this was a very simple solution where the song was split in half, and then I wrote some drone music that could just play for as long as was needed as the player walked through the space, and then the second half of the song would seamlessly play. And it's very, very simple, but it's quite emblematic for me in terms of my career, because it was the first time that I had to think about the player. Because with film music it's so simple, you know exactly what's going to happen when. But this concept of interactivity was so new for me, so I kind of look back at it fondly, because it's quite a basic approach to, compared to something like Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, where that was an open world adventure where I had to really think about the player and their movement through the space. So I kind of look on this very fondly, this moment in the game.
That was me actually forgetting that there wasn't a commentary track down this side.
I don't know when the paper origami boats first came into things with Esther, really, but it felt like a really amazing metaphor of taking these letters and folding them into boats and then letting them leave the island, because you know at this point in the game is kind of the realisation is there that this isn't going to end well, and that the narrator is never leaving the island, and the idea that this kind of, again, the idea of communication, or the attempt or failing communication, or trying to speak through the comb, or whatever it is, however you want to interpret it. But the idea of putting the boat in the underground river really felt like it kind of reinforced that sort of dream-like kind of quality of the caves, of actually there's something really sad about this one boat, because when you see it go past, you know that even the boats aren't going to leave the island. Like, this is something which doesn't have a tidy, neat kind of like resolution, and there's, even if you don't sort of think about it to that sort of level of depth, there's just something, it's one of those things that I really love about games that you can do, where it's just a moment that has a really distinct emotional tone to it, that you go, there's a pause when you see that boat goes past, that I just think is, yeah, it's something special you can do with kind of media-like games. In a lot of ways, the caves were the hardest area of the game to actually write, because we knew we didn't want to have much voiceover in there. I think because of the strength of the music, and this goes right back to the original mod, we wanted that to be the voice and for it to be a chance for Esther to speak rather than the narrator. And we also wanted to have this break, so when the narrator came out from the caves, you had a real definite sense of something happening, and that he had changed as a result of this journey. So it meant really felt wrong to have a lot of voiceover within there, but then that made it really difficult, because then it was, you had like 4 one-sentence lines in there, and each one of those had to have an absolute clarity and to really, really kind of work. So I think for me, it was really interesting. It's like the difference between writing kind of fiction and writing poetry. When you read really amazing poets and you have that incredible surgical precision where every single word is considered and placed so absolutely, and rather than being able to kind of, because the narrator rambles quite naturally, it was able to, you could kind of get into the flow of the narrator's ramble in other places in the level, and this was a real challenge, because suddenly I was having to write like a poet, of going, every single one of these words, every single cadence, every single sound has to be absolutely perfect, or it'll just feel like the narrator's voice is intruding on the rest of the experience. So it was, yeah, I think definitely the most challenging area of the game as a writer.
The sound here is a classic case of, again, what music I think does really well, which is you've had this soft, lyrical, beautiful, epic, dreamlike music, and then the moment you come out of the caves, you're into this really harsh soundscape, and the tonal shift is very, very brutal, I think, and deliberately so. You have very little music when you come out of the caves. You hear the wind, and it's a classic case of foreshadowing. So we know from this point that things are probably going to get bleaker, more difficult. And yeah, it's something that music does really well, I think, which is that emotional signalling and signposting.
This whole area moved, didn't it? The original mod, this was a cave right at the beginning of the caves where everything was written, and it moved to the back end of the level, and we have this long corridor that's full of these kind of it's the point of high madness, I think, in the game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of just where you feel like you're losing the plot completely, both like visually and auditory, and you know, it's kind of like this really frenetic moment for me.
I think it's where you feel most that you're underneath a mountain, and you feel the weight of that mountain, and just I loved the idea when we were, you know, putting through it of what would it actually take to do this, like to actually paint all these symbols and what is going on, and it really is quite an explicit kind of thing of madness, of going, you would have to be insane or very, very disturbed to actually do this, and what is the process that this person's trying to work through, what they trying to achieve by this. And I think it really strengthened it, making it a crawl through a tunnel as opposed to just a static location.
Yeah, I think it's the consistency and the coherence of the symbols is a lot more broken down as well. Like you see some symbols before like scattered around the environments, but at this point they're like right in your face, and they're kind of it's just total madness, you know. Any kind of meanings have been crossed over and confused, and you know, I think it really helps to bring the tension up at this point at the level as well. So you're kind of coming out of this dreamlike state a little bit.
Yeah, you kind of know that you're getting towards the end of the serenity into something that's a bit more disturbed than that.
Yeah.
This is a bit more of a contentious one because we disagree on this one. I struggle with this. With the points in the caves where you duck above and below the water, and you have to have that transition of audio. And I love the audio on both sides of the surface tension of the water, but I really struggle with you breaking water because it's such a hard edge to the sound. And I don't think there's any other way around that. And you need to have those moments where you do go underwater because it's so important. But it's one of the areas that's never sat very comfortably with me because I feel like in a level which hasn't got a single edge in it, it's the one edge within it, and it breaks me.
And that's why I think it's so successful, because you've been lured into this completely hallucinatory, dreamlike world, and then all of a sudden, as a player, you're literally gasping for breath. You're coming up for air, and I think when we're talking about that metaphor of the body, for me, it's so about birth. And it's about this coming through the water, and actually it's a moment of realisation for me, but you're having to go back under again and you're diving down. So for me, without wanting to sound incredibly pretentious, it's about the fight between the conscious and the subconscious and that struggle. Booyah!
There's actually a really interesting thing about that underwater section there, though, is that I don't know if you remember, but you had a certain piece of music that plays when you're underwater, and to me, I really like that. It's kind of like because at this point it's kind of like a very calm, relaxed type of a journey, and you go on the water and it starts to break apart a little bit, and it's almost like, you know, that kind of psychosis is still there. It's not complete bliss at this point, and and it helps to build the atmosphere up to this final jump.
So we're both saying that Dan's wrong?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's good. That's the way it should be.
We've got the same scene that I wanted to see. Awesome.
The motorway scene, the biggest new addition to between the mod and the commercial version. This didn't exist in the mod at all. It was a completely new thing.
Yeah, it's I wasn't sure where the idea spawned from to have this scene, whether I just sort of went off or we discussed it, or I can't remember, you know.
I can't remember. Can you remember? It just kind of appeared, didn't it? And then
it was just this kind of, I think for me actually, I remember being some technical difficulty between the drop and then coming out at the end part, but it was the same thing that we dealt with in the past of like, how do we not kill the player? From a technical standpoint, I think it might have been something to do that, but it was also, you know, I can't remember where the whole thing came from.
I think it's my favourite point in the whole game, actually. I think it's just it's quite shocking, and it's so surreal, and it's so beautiful. And from an audio point of view, you have that baby's heartbeat bringing us back to the idea of the ultrasound. Was Esther pregnant? And it's one of those moments that I think everything just kind of collates together, and it's so unexpected.
Yeah, for me it's like a moment of realization.
Yes.
It's like, it's, you know, it's coming to terms with something almost, you know.
Whether or not what actually is going on at the moment is real, this did happen. There's kind of an absolute. I remember playtesting it, and I didn't know that the car can get switched out with a hospital gurney, and I must have played it. I was like 3 or 4 times into playtesting it. The first time, it switched out and it was a gurney instead. And I really remember kind of sitting there and going, oh God, that's just, and really being just stopped in my tracks by it. And it's one of those weird things you get when you're making a game, that you know you'll never have those moments that a player does, where you know it all so well. It's really, really rare to be in a situation where you actually get a genuine, fresh player's eye view on what you're making.
Yeah, I was always a bit worried that it was maybe a bit too literal. Like we gone a bit too literal with that. But I think looking back at it now, there's still a lot of strangeness going on there. Obviously, it's the whole scene is unusual, but there's still these like very subtle details that are there that kind of still making you think, what does that mean? Like I think if you look closely, there's like coins scattered around and things like that. It's
And for me, it's, again, sorry to keep going on about it, but it's about layers of subconscious for me. That you start overground, you go into the caves, you go deeper, you're falling down, it's going down the rabbit hole effectively, and then you go to the deepest level, and that's actually the truth, that's the reality, that's what happened.
So the admission really is that I did play fast and loose with the geography of the M5. There isn't actually a welcome break services just outside the junction of Sanford, but
As
we also
has been
know
pointed out to you.
players. I mean, what a thing if you make something that's based vaguely on somewhere in real life. In terms of a compliment, when you're getting emails from players going, there isn't a welcome break there, and people really trying to work out where is this, and whole threads about where on the M5 it is. That's just the most amazing feeling. But I think what I think works really, really well in Esther, and again, it's something that I think is really carried forward to our other games, is that a lot of the time we're not dealing with kind of like big, glamorous, amazing, epic places. It's a sort of like a ratty little island in the Hebrides. It's someone who lived in Wolverhampton. It's just outside, a service station on a stretch of the M5. And I think that earths what's going on. Gives it a realness as well, particularly when you sort of put it against the surrealness of the caves. Actually, you're kind of going, this is really surreal and this is really, really dreamlike, but actually I'm talking about, a car accident just outside a little chef, and that playing off those two things against each other.
It's like making the ordinary extraordinary.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, and we're back to where we were before I messed up and accidentally exited that area before I meant to. I found it really interesting. Most of the playthroughs that I've done of Dear Esther, I've actually had the hospital gurney and not the cars, and I really like the cars a lot more because we know from what the narrator is saying and just from things that we find around the island, we know that there was a car crash. And I actually think that seeing the cars when you are in that section and it is like the actual reality of what happened, I think seeing the cars is more powerful than seeing the hospital gurney. That could just be me. Other people could have a totally different experience with that, and obviously that's one of the wonderful things about Dear Esther. But I actually really do prefer seeing the cars.
This scene for me is like really, really iconic because it kind of brings this idea of the caves being an inward journey through the body together. It's really kind of like a symbol of rebirth, and it actually brings together a lot of the visual goals that I wanted to achieve with a lot of the symbolism in the game. Like I've talked a little bit about how the environment was kind of designed to provoke emotions, and kind of the impressionistic style gives you just enough information to make you think of things and feel things. But this is probably like the antithesis of this. and the whole feeling of rebirth here is quite strong. I know Jess.
Yeah, the music's really supporting that.
Yeah,
because we've gone, she sings always, always throughout, you know, we've got always, always, and then she sings never, and a moment of absolute soaring. It's the climax of the music.
As you come out of the water and the music kind of swells, and you just kind of, it is like a moment of change has happened in some way, and I
it's
think
rebirth, isn't it? For me, it's his moment of clarity and acceptance and understanding of the reality of what's happened.
And you're literally moving towards the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yes.
You're actually doing that as you go through.
But the music, especially, I think before the music got layered in, that scene was nowhere near as kind of powerful for me. Like, that kind of just totally made it.
I can't even imagine that scene without the music. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier about how it's brilliant that they spent so much time working out where to put music and where to just have like the ambient sounds of the island, you know, like running water, the sound of the wind and things like that. Because that scene there definitely needed the music to have more of an impact, but other areas, having no music and just having like the sound of the wind is what makes it so powerful.
Dan and I had worked on lots of projects together, non-game projects, before we made Dear Esther. And I think the thing that links all of the projects that we've worked on together is that idea of hidden stories and layers of stories. And one of the things I wanted to do with the music was to embed hidden little hints and stories into it. So the music that you hear here has Morse code, and the Morse code is spelling out the word Esther. And I really, really liked this concept of that some people would understand that it was Morse code and try and figure out what it was saying. It also provided a really interesting rhythmical dynamic. And yeah, it's just about these ideas of hidden stories and layers, but it also starts to emphasise the obsessional nature, I think, of the story in Dear Esther, and his agitation and actually slight panic. So you're getting this rhythm that just repeats and repeats and repeats obsessively. So I think even if you don't understand that it's saying Esther, and even if you don't understand that it's Morse code, you're still getting this feeling of this obsessional repetition and slight panic that he has. And again, it's kind of it's the new chapter, and it's spelling out that something has changed at this point.
That is absolutely beautiful. I never noticed that because I didn't even realise it was Morse code, and although I kind of know Morse code, I don't know it well enough that I would have like recognised that and tried to work it out. But it's now kind of making me wish that I did know Morse code a bit better, because it also reminds me of they did something in the music for one season of QI where they actually put something in the music and it was Morse code in the music, and I don't remember what it spelled out for QI, but when I first found that out I was like, that is so cool, I really should learn Morse code, because then if I ever see anything like this ever again, then I will like be able to crack it and be able to recognise it. And then it was an idea that just went straight to the back of my mind, and I didn't think about it again until just now. Hearing that, I'm like, okay, maybe actually this time I will put some more thought into learning Morse code, and if I see anything like this again, which this was like two rare occasions of that actually being something that I could have worked out. I bet that I could learn Morse code properly now and how it would relate to music, and never ever come across anything like that again. So yeah. It could still be cool though. And I imagine at some point, even just for a pub quiz or something, knowing Morse code will come in useful, you know?
It's probably the level which has changed most from the original mod, I think. It's much, much bigger than the final level in the mod. And one of the major changes in there is in the original mod, the whole side of the cliff face was covered in painting and writing, and a lot of that moved inside to that corridor in the caves where it's really obsessionally painted on. And it was really, we spent so long on that because we were trying to get it looking right, because it's one of those really interesting examples where I loved the image and the idea that you've got this guy painting the entire side of a mountain with words and symbols and things. But it was really interesting, when it went into the rebuild, it just never worked. And I think it was because the environment was so crude in the mod that those symbols and that painting became the focus of the level, and it changed the feeling of the level completely, when actually that just wasn't something we could realise in any way, that not even technically, but just didn't artistically look and feel right. And I think probably sort of retrospectively looking back on it, that's about the sort of the sophistication and the subtlety that then came into the art, rather than just being, this is literally just a canvas that we write words on, to actually the environment telling its own story without the story being literally painted on it.
Yeah, it was very difficult when we were experimenting with that to kind of like make it not completely unreal. Like, I think for me it was kind of, I wanted to kind of bring the player a little bit back into reality after the caves. And I think with having those symbols everywhere, it was kind of pushing them out a little bit. So I think what we came to, the kind of compromise we had, it was kind of a nice in-between.
Yeah, it didn't feel like a compromise to me. It felt
really?
it felt like it didn't
Good.
work, but it kind of, but those symbols were coded, like there's the hill in the background when you're standing right at the end of the boat and you look back and you suddenly realise that the shape of the mountain is the shape of a woman lying on a side asleep. And that, I remember seeing it for the first time around and going, it's saying the same things, but it's saying it in a much, much, much subtler way than in the initial layer. But it was definitely challenging, going back to how do you have a deep, complicated, subtle art style, but still manage to have something which is very sort of stark and symbolic laid over the top. It was much more challenging.
I know I said earlier about how I thought that it would be easier to have painted all of that outside where you would have got daylight, but I'm really glad that they changed it and put it in that tunnel, because as they even said in the commentary, it really does make you think more about the state of mind that the main character is in when he did that, and that's so important. It just really creates a much stronger impact than I think it would have done if I'd actually seen it sort of outside and then been like, oh yeah, okay, you could paint that in the day, and it would almost be like regular graffiti if it was outside. And of course the way that they did it, you know, he'd have to struggle to get to that part of the caves and then struggle to do all of that painting. So it's much better the way they did it, even though, you know, like I said, when I saw it, it was like, well, would it not have made more sense to do that when you have actual light? I suppose he could have had candles, or he has a torch in sections, but, you know, it's still, I can't imagine doing that much painting in a cave like that you have to struggle that much to get to. I can't imagine what state of mind I'd have to be in to do that. So yeah, it works exactly how they intended it to. Also, I said yesterday about a section that I came back to look at because I thought I'd missed, and I didn't walk back far enough when I thought that you couldn't get up there, because actually you can, and that's where I'm going now.
I'd been on holiday to Greece lots of times, and one of the things that I always really responded to emotionally was those shrines that you see on the road, and sometimes they're dedicated to saints, and sometimes they're to markate where an accident has taken place. So you'll get photos of the deceased person and flowers and candles, and they'd always really touched me. And so I said to Rob, I think it would be amazing to get these into the game somehow. And then Rob took that idea and ran with it. And I think they're so successful and they're so beautiful and they're really moving. And I think it's because you had this elemental scale. You have the island and it's huge and you have that scale. And all of a sudden you come around this corner and it's absolutely brought back to the human scale again and to that relationship of the individual. And I think the other thing that it does really successfully is it's a kind of magic realism, because there's no way that you could have all those amounts of candles lighting your way. Who's lit them? The island is empty. Who's put those shrines there? But I just think it's a really lovely bit of environmental storytelling, actually. I think one of the most fascinating things for me about planning this director's commentary has been that in previous years, when all the three of us have talked about Dear Esther, we've talked about the interpretation of the player, but actually going through this together, post having made it, we're still surprising each other.
Yeah,
And I think that's really, really interesting for me, because it shows that we left interpretation for each other and that we trusted each other actually just to get on with it. And because we each brought our own special and unique contribution to the game, we didn't have to, in a way, talk it to death or say you have to justify every idea you have or talk it to death or explain it. That Rob's idea that the island is very tainted and corrupt, and my idea that Dan didn't know that the whole level of the caves is a birth metaphor. I think it's really amazing that we're still finding out things about the game that we didn't know.
I think it was nice when I came onto it, because Dan was basically like, he gave me a bunch of materials, but he left me to my own devices for a lot of it, and we kind of like, I'd finish the level and Dan would play it and give me some feedback, but he was very kind of like hands off at the beginning, which was really nice, kind of. So a lot of my interpretations just came through that downtime where I was just kind of like going off and doing my own thing. And so yeah, it's like, interesting to hear Dan talk about it sometimes, because there's some backstory that I've never even considered before. And obviously hearing Jess talk about it as well is really interesting, especially when it comes to the soundtrack. It makes me look at things in a very different way. So yeah, it's really interesting.
I think for me, like, making games is so inherently collaborative, and you have people coming together with different ideas and different takes on things. And in a way, the least interesting thing you can do with that is to structure it all so heavily that there's no space for each individual person to bring what they're thinking to it. And I think the best games, well, for me, my favourite games are ones where you can really feel the personal footprint of each individual developer and aspects of it, and it feels like it has been a genuinely collaborative exercise where everybody has thrown ideas into the mix and everybody is bringing something to the table rather than people are just following a kind of a really structured plan. So yeah, I think it probably is one of the reasons why Esther has had the sort of life it's had since release, is because there's 4 people if you include Nigel, all bringing very different things to it, and it gives it a huge amount of depth for something that's so simple on the surface. One of the really nice things about the move from mod to the commercial version is that we had a couple of years worth of the community talking about the game before we went back into it again. And one of the things that I read on a forum was that someone had constructed this amazing version of the story where they'd decided that the narrator was Paul. And I hadn't thought of that. It was never part of the original writing. And I thought, that's so amazing that as a writer, your audience can find something in what you're doing that you hadn't thought of. So it was really important when we went back in to record the additional set of voiceovers. I thought, I absolutely want to do this. I want to take this idea that's come out of the fans and to run with this and to add an entire new sort of stream of story in there. So we added in a couple of cues within the force level that intimated much more strongly that actually Paul wasn't this other character who caused the accident, but actually you were responsible for everything. But again, it was then trying to find that balance of not overcooking it, so you weren't led to that idea, but just if you happen to have the combination of just a couple of narrative units, then you would possibly come to that interpretation. But it was really amazing to be able to say, it felt like giving something back to the fans that had enabled us to make the remake in the first place. And it's always a lovely moment as a developer to be able to recognise your fan community and kind of say, thanks, this one's yours, this one's here for you.
I'm going all the way back along here because I realised I missed a cave at the end. And I still haven't seen any of those urns that I'm supposed to be finding. Could I have just walked up there? That's so annoying. I went all the way back for nothing. That was my fault though, not the game's. So yeah, that's not a negative annoyance about the game. That's an annoyance at myself for not checking.
What's fascinating to me, Dan, is that you're an atheist, but each of the 3 games that we've made are so strongly about religion, either the language or taking allegories and stories. Why are you so drawn to it?
I think I'm really interested in people and the stories that make up people. And I think there is like in the Bible, like most kind of religious texts, it's not about what it is, it's about what is behind what it is, and that's what you're really getting to, is the idea of the sort of the parable or the metaphor. And it really felt like, particularly with Paul on the road to Damascus, is a story that many people know and we can understand, and it's about redemption and consequence and guilt and transformation and who you really are and what that means. And it felt like just a really strong, powerful way of making it very accessible, the narrator's kind of inner turmoil, in a kind of a story that we know really well. And there's a universality to those kind of questions that, whether it's, Christianity, whether it's Islam, whether it's kind of Buddhism, that they're asking very broadly similar questions. What does it mean to be human? What does it mean to be a good person? How should we behave to each other? How should we feel about the world we're in? And it's a really powerful way of speaking to a lot of people. And I think that's always been really important as well, is that it's about saying no matter who you are or what your kind of like outlook on life is, whether that's faith-based or secular, that we are all effectively asking the same questions. And that's why I think all our games kind of tend to be around those questions. Is Dear Esther a depressing game or a hopeful game?
For me, it's kind of like a mix of both, really. I think, like my interpretation is kind of like always feel like kind of depressed when I think about the kind of turmoil that this guy's been going through for God knows how long, and the kind of environment he's been in, and all these events surrounding his story. But for me, I always feel like a little bit hopeful at the end. The conclusion is just feels like a relief, and like this is kind of all ended in some way. What do you think, Jess?
I think it's a game about acceptance, and I really like that. And I think it's telling that a lot of people with mental health issues have responded really positively to the game, and we get a lot of emails and letters from those people saying that it's helped them through a really difficult time. And for me, that's because it's about the struggle of being human, that it's hard and that we love and that we grieve and we lose, but we come through it. And those things are what makes us human, that it's transformative and that the pain is part of life. And that's a really beautiful message. And I think that's what you do so well, Dan. That's what you write about. You write about what it is to be human. So, Dan, you wrote it.
Without wanting to cop out, one of the things about writing it that I really wanted to do was to make something that people could take and could own, and it would be their take on it. And their interpretation of it mattered in a way that mine didn't. My job was to give them the architecture to interpret in their way. So
I think that is a cop-out. I do. I think as a writer you always have.
Yeah, I think it's redemptive. But I don't think the redemption is as cut and dried as it's all okay at the end. It's not okay at the end. But there is a release, there's an escape, that bad times will happen, but they will end. And they won't always end positively, but they will end. And that's I think, the redemption of it, of saying that
this
things are never easy.
This too shall pass.
This too shall pass,
which my mum always says, and I think that's probably the motto of the Chinese room, actually,
absolutely.
Isn't it?
Like, I don't think it's as kind of openly positive as, say, Rapture had a much more strongly positive end. I don't think Esther has. I think it's much greyer than that. But I think fundamentally it's about coming to terms.
I've never really thought about Dear Esther in a positive or negative way like that. I've always just seen it, like he said at the end there, as just coming to terms with whatever has happened. And they've done this in such a beautiful way. I don't think you can really say that it's depressing or it's uplifting, because it is both in a way. And just to add to that, actually, if it was entirely depressing, I wouldn't have played it multiple times. If it had just been totally depressing on the first playthrough, I'd have been like, okay, that was interesting, I'm not going to play that again. But actually, the ending is one of the things that they've done so well that it is definitely worth coming back for that replay, because even with the depressing parts of the story, you don't end the game where you're just really depressed and you never want to revisit it. And that's really an amazing thing that they've done, because it would have been so easy with most of the story that they've put in this game to just have the entire thing completely depressing, and you really wouldn't want to come back to it. So yeah, they've done an amazing job here.
So, Dear Esther is the first walking simulator. How do you
Yeah.
feel about Walking Simulator?
You know what? I think I took offence to it when it first became a thing. But I think actually I don't mind it so much now. I think the fact that we have kind of taken ownership over it, like that genre has been kind of made our own by not just our game, but like a bunch of different games that kind of embraced it. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'm still really confused about the need to categorise in games, probably more than any other creative industry. And I think it shows that games have a long way to come in terms of how we describe an experience. So I do agree with Rob that it's really positive that we reclaimed walking simulator, but I still find it reductive, possibly, as a term. What about you, Dan?
I think for me, it's people want to know what they're buying and what they're getting into, and I think it's so people understand what a walking simulator is now. In a way that if it was like first-person adventure or slow-moving, not very interactive, story-driven games, they're all sort of really very fluffy. But I think if you buy a game and someone says it's a walking simulator now, you've got a pretty good idea what you're getting. And there's Gone Home, Firewatch, Stanley Parable. There's so many other really good titles that kind of fall within that group of games out there now that it does have an identity, and I think that's the really good thing about it. I mean, when Esther came out, there was literally nothing. We had no idea how we described it or what we called it.
We actually struggled with that quite a lot when it came to
marketing, and sort of ended up being sort of like a ghost story because it felt like it was the closest thing we could get. But it feels like now you can make a game like this and you can say it's a walking simulator, and people will know what it is straight away.
Yeah, I think that's the nice thing is there's a whole group of games out there now that quite comfortably put themselves into that category, and so it's like if we were to come out before and just said it's a walking simulator, people would have been like, well, that sounds terribly boring. That doesn't. Why the hell would I play that? But now people kind of are a little bit.
Seek them out.
Yeah, now people are kind of familiar with what that means. The people out there who actually seek this sort of stuff out, and it's kind of really cool. I mean, me myself, I would actually do that, use that as a term to search. But yeah, I mean, it's a very simplified term for what our game is, and there's obviously a lot more to it than walking. But I think when you look at other genres, they're also kind of very simplified. First-person shooter, role-playing game. It's to me it doesn't seem as bad as any of those other things.
I love how they've talked about kind of both sides of, I don't know if I want to say the argument there, so let's say they've talked about both sides of the coin there, because where I completely understand not wanting to try and put anything in just a simple little box, category, whatever, it also does make it so much easier for people to know what they're getting into. Like, we do this with music, we do this with like film genres, book genres, you kind of want to be able to say, oh, well, generally speaking, this is going to be very personal to me, but generally speaking, I could say, well, I like horror, sci-fi, fantasy, I like most kinds of rock and metal. As far as gaming goes, I love point and click adventures. I love things like walking simulators like this. I love role-playing games. I don't particularly like first-person shooters or any games where you have to be particularly stealthy. So, I mean, I own a lot of first-person shooters. I'm just not very good at them, which is why I don't enjoy them. So I tend to seek out the kind of games and things that I know I'm going to enjoy. Like, so when I do a search, particularly for games, I'm going to look for... After playing Dear Esther, walking simulator did actually become a term that I would search for. When I first discovered Dear Esther, it had already been labelled as a walking simulator and we already had a good idea of what they were. It was the first one that I played, and yeah, it's definitely something that I would search for. But generally speaking, let's say I'm going to look for a horror game, I will search things like horror, horror adventure, horror point and click, anything like that. And if I see the tags like horror and first person shooter, like for example something like Dead Space, I'm like, okay, well, I might play it. I have played Dead Space actually, and I enjoyed it. It just took me a while, and I basically have to put it on easy mode because I'm just bad at shooters. I could probably spend some time on that and actually get better at shooters, but it is partly like that thing where if I know there's an aspect of, well, a certain style of game that I'm not very good at, that's not going to be something that I seek out. So I'm totally with them on the idea of, you know, it's not good to put anything, or even to extend that and say it's not good to put anything or any person into a particular box. Sometimes, particularly when we're talking about games like this, it's good from a marketing point of view. You can say, I like role-playing games, I like walking simulators, I like horror, whatever, you know. The reason I bring up people in that as well is because the amounts of times when I've been like streaming, or weirdly this has happened a couple of times when I've just been like walking around, you know, going about my daily business, like going to a shop or whatever, going to like if I've been going to a bar with friends or something, or even sometimes when I've been sat in a bar with friends, I've actually had people go, oh, so are you supposed to be a goth, or are you supposed to be an emo? And like, well, if you want the long version, it's really not as simple as that. If I was gonna obviously try to put myself into any kind of category, I always go for the I'm a glam rocker, like the 80s glam rocker, because that's mostly where I fall. But at the same time, I actually have a big passion for like goth music and stuff as well, and I have a big passion for goth fashion as well. It's just basically the only difference is whether I'm 80s Dayglow, like neon animal print spandex, or 80s goth with like the monochrome look or whatever. And when this used to happen, probably when I was a teenager, I used to find it really weird and really offensive that people felt the need to actually put a label on anything. And now I'm just like, well, to be fair, I've got some friends who are fairly, you know, mainstream. And if I'm going to go and meet like some more of their friends, or maybe their family or something like that, it's really helpful for them to be able to say, oh, by the way, this is my rocker friend, this is my goth friend, whatever. Just, you know, so they've got an idea in advance if it's people, because there's still quite a lot of people who are more mainstream who maybe don't really get to meet alternative people very often. And it's kind of good to be able to say something like that. And I know that's taken it completely away from the gaming point that they were making here, but I'll just bring it back to the gaming point, because I find this is actually connected in the sense that because you can say in advance, and I suppose now actually, you know, because you meet a lot of people online through social media and stuff, it is really cool to be able to say about the... I'm explaining this so badly. The reason I see it as perfectly fine to categorize games, as I said, not only does it make it easier to pick which kind of game you want to play, to find the style of game you like playing, but we kind of do that to ourselves now, even like on social media, because... And I was talking to one of my Twitter friends the other day. This is somebody that I interact with quite a lot on Twitter, but I've never actually met in real life. And we got into a discussion about like categorizing people in a way, and how we do that on social media, because you can literally look at somebody's profile and generally speaking, like they'll have a photo where you can instantly say, yeah, that person's another rock fan, or yeah, that person's another goth, that person's in cosplay, so they're probably into geeky stuff, you know. And then in their profile they'll actually put things like, you know, horror fan, cat lover, love pizza, or, you know, any kind of things like that that we'll actually put on our social media profiles. And you can just instantly, if you see somebody, you know, getting into a conversation on Twitter with people, just getting into an interesting discussion on a thread, and you just look down there and you go, okay, that person's made a couple of interesting comments, let's have a look at their profile. And you can instantly see if that's going to be the kind of person that you're likely to be able to interact with. Now, obviously, you can get that completely wrong. But we do this to ourselves on social media, and we do this because we want people to know whether they're going to have anything in common with us, whether they're going to want to start those conversations with us, you know? So if as a society now we are perfectly happy to put ourselves almost in these little boxes on social media, I don't see the problem at all with coining a term for a particular type of game and saying, oh, this game is a walking simulator. As we're talking about Dear Esther, we'll bring it back to walking simulators. You know, I've rambled a lot about this, so I should probably wrap this up now, but you know what I'm trying to say here. If as a society we will label ourselves as people, and as people we are far more complex than any game is going to be, and obviously there is a massive difference between trying to put a label on a person and trying to put a label on a game, which is essentially a product, and products obviously have labels. If as a society we are now totally fine with putting labels on ourselves on our social media and stuff to help people know whether they want to interact with us, of course it's absolutely fine to put labels on a game. And as they did say towards the end of that commentary there, they claimed walking simulator, you know. Walking simulator is now something that other people have made, and it's something that people search for pretty much because of Dear Esther. I haven't double checked this just to make sure, but I am pretty certain that Dear Esther was the first walking simulator, like they say. Unlike, you know, when people are talking about what was the first found footage film and everyone's, oh, it's the Blair Witch Project. But I'm like, no. It was not. There was things like, I think, did The Last Broadcast come first? I think The Legend of Boggy Creek was kind of found footage and came first, and also like Cannibal Holocaust and what's the other one I'm thinking of? The Town That Dreaded Sundown. It's not really found footage, but it kind of is. But whenever people say that, what they actually mean is the Blair Witch Project was the one that actually got people's attention and that actually, you know, sparked the interest. I just rambled on a completely different tangent again, and I really need to stop doing this. But yeah, you totally know what I'm trying to say with this. There is absolutely no problem with putting a label on a game saying, you know, this is a walking simulator, this is a role-playing game, this is a first-person shooter, whatever. When we do that to ourselves on social media, we literally are kind of packaging ourselves on social media almost like a product, in the way that, you know, you search on, you know, Steam, or, you know, if you're searching on a website for books. I usually look at Kindle for books now, so if I'm searching on Kindle, you know, you browse by genre, and we do that to ourselves on social media. So to hear any kind of commentary where people are going, I really kind of don't like the way that we put labels on, like, games or whatever. Sometimes it makes more sense, you know, like Sisters of Mercy, for example, went from being like that classic 80s goth sound to then having that industrial phase. And when it's something like that, I know a lot of people who like one of those genres but not the other. So like if Sisters of Mercy are doing a tour, I know a lot of people who will go, oh, is their set more their goth stuff or their industrial stuff this tour, before they buy a ticket. And the whole thing there, as I've been saying and as I've ranted far too long, and I'm going to stop this rant actually, but that's the whole point, is marketing, is letting people know what they're getting themselves in for. You're not going to be able to sell a game or any other product if people don't have a good idea of what it is in advance. It's kind of like a film trailer or something. You know, people need to know enough about the style of game you've made to know whether they're going to like it. But yeah, as I said, I ranted about that far too long, and I'm actually hoping that my comparison there between it being fine to label games when we do that to ourselves on social media, I'm hoping that that actually makes sense. Because I have noticed on social media, even among the gaming community, because obviously I am a rocker, I have like the little gothy edge, but I'm a rocker, I'm obviously a horror fan, I obviously love cats, my cat is all over everything, obviously. I have noticed that it's mostly other rockers and goths that gravitate towards me on social media. You know, like there are some gamers, and whatever games they're playing, because the way I see it, like even on my Twitch streams, I don't play like copyrighted music or anything, so you're not gonna hear. Now, to be fair, I used to at one point when everybody was doing it, but I don't play copyrighted music, so it's not like you're actually backtrack on that, because I still come across a lot of streams where people are just basically playing their Spotify playlists. And I understand, you know, when somebody's doing that, if you don't have the same taste in music as them, it doesn't matter if you love the game that they're playing, it doesn't matter if they're interesting, there's a good chance that you are just going to get so annoyed at listening to their Spotify playlist that you're going to go and find somebody who's either the same level as interesting, the same level of playing interesting games, but either playing music you like or not playing any music. So what I found interesting is that it is mostly other rockers and goths who gravitate towards my streams and my videos and my social media. Because if I'm not playing any music, which I don't, as I've just said, should there really be a difference? Like, should you really have people gravitating towards, you know, other people in the same subculture as them, you know, the goths, the rockers, whatever? And I totally understand why that tends to happen, because a lot of the time, obviously, we find each other's profiles through other people that we know, or we find each other's profiles because, say, we've been in a Twitter thread for a band that we both like, you know. I say both, this can be more than just two people. So I kind of see why it happens, but I don't think it should. Like, I pretty much, if I see an interesting streamer on Twitch, I'm pretty much going to watch them, as long as they're not playing songs like their Spotify playlist that I really don't like. If it's a kind of music I'm really not into, and there's still, even after they brought in the thing where now basically your entire archive stream is just going to be muted because you were playing your Spotify playlist, there are still so many people who just still play their Spotify playlist. And pretty much, as long as you're not playing really interesting music, I'm going to give you a chance. You know, I'm going to browse through for a particular type of game that I want to see. And if I find somebody playing that style of game, I'm going to just click through the streams of that game until I find one that, you know, I resonate with, that I'm enjoying watching and I'm enjoying taking part in the chat. But I've noticed a lot of people just don't do that. And I'm wondering, I've just gone on for so long about this, I'm not even going to cut this out. But I'm wondering if the reason that that happens is because we do actually put ourselves into these little boxes, and like, you know, people instantly see, in my case, like the rocker hair or the gothy hair or whatever, and if they're not into that subculture, they're going to go skip, not interested, you know. Because you see a lot of people who have just a more sort of, I don't even want to particularly say mainstream, but like, you know, with people like Markiplier, who they don't have an image that fits into a particular subculture. So anytime you see them, no matter what your interests are, you can kind of go, that person's still probably cool, I'd probably still get on with them, you know. And I hate the fact that obviously people do, you know, look at people and go, oh, I can see, and I know I'm guilty of this, right? If I see a long-haired, beardy guy that kind of looks like he could be an extra in Vikings, I'm like, probably a rocker, probably interested in mythology, probably really cool to talk to. And to be fair, every single time that I have found a stream like that and I've clicked on it, we've basically instantly ended up talking about like metal and Norse mythology and stuff. Pretty much every single time. So it kind of works. But that kind of says something about me, you know. I really like talking about music and about mythology. And another thing I've noticed is a lot of the guys that I've seen who have that kind of Viking look are also really into horror films, and usually really into quite obscure horror films. And I'm like, this is amazing. It's somebody else I could talk to about one of my biggest passions, you know. And another thing is, like, if I see a girl who's got like neon coloured hair, like, you know, bright pink, bright green, bright blue or something, that's another thing that I'm like, that's cool because I do that. I wonder if we're going to have stuff in common based on that. And so, you know, I get why people do it, because you see an aspect of yourself and you relate to that instantly. But I also wonder if it is in some way a little unfair, kind of like what the commentary that they were saying about in Dear Esther, where Walking Simulator was sort of insulting to start off with when it was first introduced as that term for them. And I kind of wonder, obviously, if we should find a way where we're not even projecting like an image of ourselves, particularly on like social media. Or I don't know how you do it on Twitch, because like if you're on Twitch, and even if you're on YouTube, I know a lot of the time, like I'm kind of 50-50 whether I have a face cam on when I'm making videos for YouTube. And the reason I'm 50-50 on it is because I know there are people, like, there are some people who, if I have a face cam on, they go, oh, rocker, goth, whatever they think, based on, you know, the bright green hair and stuff. There are a lot of people who are going to see that and go, cool, my kind of person, I want to see that. There are also a lot of people who are going to look at that and go, not my kind of person, not going to click on that. But still, you're then faced with the problem of, do people prefer face cam? And the answer is mostly yes. So this whole concept of labelling anything, I really do need to stop this topic, don't I? It's something I feel so passionately about, though, because I see it happen all the time. You know, as I say, you scroll through people's social media, and like if you go to, and I mostly know this from obviously being part of the alternative subculture. I mostly know this from seeing like other rockers and goths and stuff. you can like scroll through the people who they follow and the people who follow them, and it's pretty much like we're all, for the most part, sticking within our subcultures, and that's really weird to me. And I've always tried to kind of branch out a little bit more than that, but then at the same time, I've often found that, you know, unless you have something else in common with people outside of your subculture, you can often find that conversation just dries up really quickly. Something I love about horror films, particularly, obviously because most of my career and my interactions is like online, being able to just discuss random pop culture things is always really useful, because, you know, I'm having to interact with so many people. And something I love about horror films is that pretty much everybody loves horror films. So even if they don't necessarily think that they're going to be able to start much of a conversation with me, they then find, oh, we can talk about horror films, and that's cool. And somebody else I had a lot of interactions with through social media actually started talking to me because of a horror thread. And then somehow we went from talking about horror to realising that we're both really into knitting and crochet. Our taste in music is totally different. If we went out anywhere, we couldn't go to a gig together because whatever gig we chose, the other person would completely hate it. So I kind of get this whole label thing for stuff like that, but then this also means that a lot of the time people are just like judging each other based on one little thing. And until as a society we can completely eliminate that, where people can just look at one aspect of somebody and just judge them on that, until as a society we can completely eliminate that, hearing anybody, like in that bit of commentary there, say that they don't like when somebody labels their game into like one little pigeonhole just doesn't make sense. I've talked far too much about this, haven't I? But it's such an interesting thing. Like, people really do, you know, gravitate towards, and I know it's because obviously we need to be able to have conversations, so we need to have common interests. But the fact that people really do advertise that through things like, you know, style choices, like when we're talking about like goth culture and stuff like that, there's a very specific type of fashion that we go for. Same in the metal culture. There's also like, there's almost a geek culture fashion thing now. And it's kind of hard to describe because it borders on mainstream, particularly seen as like every supermarket now is selling like Marvel t-shirts and stuff, you know. But there's like this sort of almost, I don't want to say uniform, but there's like a style where you can kind of look at somebody and instantly be like, cool, I know what at least one of your hobbies is. And I hate that as a society we do that, because it does obviously mean that some people are, you know, instantly perhaps wrongly judging somebody based on that, like saying, oh, well, they look like they're into mostly this stuff, which means I mostly won't have much in common with them. Or they look like they're into exactly the same things as I am, which means I mostly will have stuff in common with them. And it is such a shame that we do that, but at the same time, it kind of makes sense as to why. You know, if I go out and I'm wearing like an Iron Maiden t-shirt or something, other Iron Maiden fans come up and start talking to me, you know. I actually once went out wearing a wrestling t-shirt that I'm not entirely sure why I have a wrestling t-shirt. But I have a wrestling t-shirt I'm not particularly interested in. And I went out once wearing that t-shirt and somebody actually tried to start a conversation with me about wrestling, and I'm like, I actually don't know why I have this t-shirt. I have a few friends who are actually wrestlers, so I think it came about from that. But I'm not actually into wrestling myself, so like somebody just random on the street came up and started a conversation with me about wrestling, and I was like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't actually wear this t-shirt, at least not in public, because, you know, if I'm wearing like my Iron Maiden t-shirt or something and someone comes up and's talking to me about Iron Maiden, cool, I can run with that conversation. Somebody comes up to me and talking about wrestling because I was wearing a wrestling t-shirt, I'm like, yeah, well, funny thing, basically I pretty much have this t-shirt because I know some wrestlers, but I don't know anything about wrestling, and that's like the only time that I've ever worn a t-shirt that wasn't about something that I could hold a conversation on, you know. I should just stop because I'm now at like 4 hours 20 minutes, but I kind of worried that when I was trying to explain this and making the comparison between it's perfectly fine to label games and put games in categories when we do that to ourselves on social media. It's not even that we do that to other people on social media. We literally create a social media account and literally start putting labels on ourselves. And particularly if you're into, as I've said, like geek culture, goth culture, metal culture, so, you know, a particular subculture with a very strong sense of fashion, you kind of even label yourself in day-to-day life, you know. Things like I've been in a supermarket before and, you know, the person on the checkouts said like, oh, their son or daughter has that colour hair, their son or daughter likes that band, the t-shirt that I'm wearing or whatever. So, you know, it's kind of like, when you really think about it, it's weird that we do that to ourselves as a society, but then it also makes sense because I think at the end of the day, we all want to obviously be able to meet people that we have things in common with, and we all want to be able to make more friends and stuff. I'm sure there's like been studies where no matter how many friends you have, you'll always have only like 4 or 5 that you're actually really close with or something. I think there's been studies that have said something like that, but we still, obviously, humans are naturally sociable creatures, so I think we still obviously want to sort of let people know whether we want to have a conversation with them. And one of the easiest ways to do that is to basically signpost our interests. So it's weird that we do it, but it's understandable that we do it. And I really don't know where I actually fall on this, you know, at the end of the thought, because like I say, I hate that we do it. It's bad in some ways. I like that we do it in other ways because it is so cool to be able to like go on social media or go to a bar or, you know, scroll through Twitch channels and be able to see somebody who you can go, right, they have the same general fashion style as me, which means they're probably into the same subculture. They're wearing a t-shirt of that band that I really like. Cool, let's talk to them. You know. So yeah, I don't know where I fall on that at the end of the day, because I'm just repeating myself now. It seems so weird that we do it, but so understandable. But yeah, anyway, I'm going to end this now. Basically, you already know because I've ranted about this for ages now. It makes perfect sense to put products in a tiny little box category, like in the case of Dear Esther, walking simulator. That's fine. It's not meant as an insult. It's meant to help people know whether or not they're going to like this product. And for as long as we do that to ourselves, There's no reason that we shouldn't do it to actual products. But then, as I say, I really don't know if we should do that to ourselves, but then I also don't know that we could stop doing that to ourselves. Because if I were just using myself as an example, if I were trying to take out anything that would instantly label me as a rocker or a goth or a horror fan, and I do really switch between rocker and goth, you know, it can be like a daily basis thing. If I wanted to try and take that out so that anybody looking at me on social media or looking at my channels couldn't instantly judge me based on whether or not they generally hang out with, you know, rockers and goths, if I tried to take all of that out, then basically I take out all of my personality and everything that makes me unique. So while I don't think it's okay that people can obviously judge others based on that snapshot that we present to the world, I also don't see a way to actually stop doing that as a society, because, like I say, just using myself as an example, the things that people are most likely to judge me for are the things that make me who I am. The things that are most likely to make somebody click on my channels or not click on my channels are the things that make me who I am. And a lot of the time, well, actually all of the time that I get people who do actually click on my channels and make comments, really, it has been because, like, they've seen a clip where it's been this, like, rocker looking chick who's holding her cat up to the camera, and, you know, my cat gets on the camera quite a lot, and they've just been like, it's really cool to see, like, another rocker and feeding the cat and stuff, you know. So it's a really difficult topic for me, because I love and I hate that we as a society do this, and I really do. I've said this so many times now, and I just don't want the point that I've tried to make to be misinterpreted, because I know that I can often be quite bad at explaining things. But I think you get the point of what I'm trying to say here. So I'm actually just, at this point, gonna stop talking about it and gonna move on. But I think, yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. There are positives and negatives to being able to put a label on anything or anyone, but obviously there are reasons that we do it. We might not agree with it, but as a society, obviously there are reasons that we do it. And if it's for a product, it's because the product needs to be sold. If it's for the way that we project ourselves or try to work out whether we have things in common with people, if from ourselves what we are projecting is our interests and things that might make people want to talk to us, and what we're looking for in other people is similarities to ourselves that will signpost that we might have things in common with that person. But ultimately, what we should be doing, I suppose, is just talking to literally anybody, because you never know who you're going to have stuff in common with at the end of the day. But I do understand completely why we have these, like, visual signposts, or on social media, why we have the little things in our bios saying what we like and what we dislike and stuff, you know. I've ranted for so long about that, and I feel terrible for ranting, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to cut any of that out, because I really want to have been clear on that point, and I know I explain myself really badly at times. But yeah, I think I've made sense. So let's carry on. We're really near the end of the game now. Also, I noticed I've not found any of those urns, and it's nearly 10:30, and this video is going to probably take a while to do any editing that I need to do and to upload. So if I've not found the urns, I'm actually going to make a separate little video that just shows where those urns are, and that will be uploaded tomorrow.
there's a bit of an illusion of simplicity with games like Dear Esther that people kind of assume because there's not a lot of mechanics and there's not much going on in that sense that they're easy to make. And I think actually it's kind of the opposite in a way, that because they're so simple, everything is exposed and everything has to be exceptionally good for it to work, because you're carrying a player's experience on a fairly sparse, minimal kind of framework, and that really means that every aspect of it has to be produced at a really high quality and has to be done with a lot of passion and a lot of thought. There's nowhere to hide in a game like Esther, and that's something which I think carries through to the best games of this type. You can see with all of them there's a real commitment to kind of depth and a really intelligent way of approaching design, and a real kind of trust in the player and a real assumption that players are smart, imaginative people who want experiences. It's not a game that it's easy to just knock off or to do with any kind of lazy attitude. You have to be really, really passionate and care a great deal and put an awful lot of thought into it if it's going to work.
And they did put an awful lot of thought into Dear Esther, and even they've put a lot of thought into the commentary that they're doing here, because to make me have any kind of like really meaningful, thought-provoking moments just listening to the commentary, you know, that just shows how much thought they put into this and how much care they had for it, how much love they had for this particular project, you know. Actually, I should add to that, I've played so many games where they've been really well designed, they've been beautiful, they've had an interesting enough story, but there's nothing thought-provoking about them, and there's nothing that kind of sticks in your mind for a long time after you've played the game. So, you know, there are a lot of games that I wouldn't even come back and listen to creator commentary for, even if it was an option, because the game just didn't grab me enough in the first place. So even though, you know, there's literally, you look around with the mouse and you walk, you know, with W, you know, that's pretty much all you need is W key and the mouse to play Dear Esther. So there's not a lot going mechanic wise, but everything else that they've put into this, all the different design elements, all the different story elements, everything else they've put into this is just incredible and really makes you want to come back. And obviously, as you can tell, like I said, this is like 4.5 hours of me going through, listening to the commentary, and then having obviously my own thoughts and opinions based on what they're actually saying about this. Almost more so with the commentary than when I'm actually playing through the game, because with the game itself, it's normally just like more of an experience than something I'm actively trying to really comment on, because every time I play it I always have slightly different thoughts about it. So I wouldn't do like just a one and done commentary of my thoughts on the story, but on particular aspects, or just going through with the commentary on, thinking about things that they've highlighted and things they've really tried to put forward in Dear Esther. Even that ridiculously long rant that I just had about labels, so much care and attention and love has gone into this project that you're always going to have a different experience. And I think even with the playthrough, the reason why it's kind of unfair, or would be unfair if I tried to do a playthrough that was my commentary trying to interpret the game itself, anything that could have happened in life could make me have a completely different outlook on the game. Like, the first time that I played this, obviously was years ago, and although things in my life are kind of similar, we've now, of course, while I'm playing this time, we've now, of course, gone into lockdown because of COVID-19. I'm trying to keep COVID-19 mostly off my channels because I'm finding, particularly other people I interact with a lot on social media and my actual close friends, as well as, you know, just everybody I interact with, I'm finding that everyone is kind of having a hard time with this and would really like to have, you know, just happy things like photos of cats and stuff. Or even not necessarily happy things, but, you know, like they want to head over to YouTube and see like their favourite gamers, you know, just getting on with whatever kind of games they usually play. In my case, that would be like horror first-person shooters that I'm really bad at myself. So because I'm really bad at them myself, I like watching other people play them. So that's obviously not necessarily going to be a particularly happy or uplifting experience because it's a horror game, so it's going to obviously have like jump scares and whatever, so there's that element to it. But like, it's normal, it's not just like focused on what's going on in the world with the lockdown and stuff. So I don't want to dwell on this too much, but just to give the example of like the first time I played through Dear Esther, or pretty much any time that I've played through Dear Esther apart from yesterday's playthrough and now this one, obviously they were all before this lockdown. And playing it now with the mindset of my thoughts about the lockdown, my friends' thoughts about the lockdown, and, you know, just the people that I know even on social media or just through my channels and stuff, their thoughts about it actually makes the game have like a completely different outlook. Because at this point I could just be saying, well, the island is kind of like lockdown because we're on this barren island that, as they've brought up in the commentary, they've been saying about how it's beautiful in places, but obviously you scratch the surface and there's all that pollution and negativity. And that's kind of the experience that a lot of us are having, you know, with lockdown. Like, on the one hand, it's really cool because we can basically sit at home and like watch YouTube and Netflix or whatever. I'm not sponsored by Netflix. I don't know if I actually have to say that, but I'm not sponsored by Netflix. I just watch a lot of stuff on Netflix. It's basically got all of Star Trek, so, you know, that's super convenient for me. I don't have to get the DVDs out. Total side rant there. But on the one hand, obviously lockdown's brilliant because we can basically, you know, sit at home doing whatever we want. But then on the other hand, you know, we're looking at it like, well, we're stuck. What if we want to go to a gig? Or the gigs have been cancelled? What if we want to go to the cinema? I know there's a lot of big budget films that are getting a direct to streaming services release, so we'll still get to see them on the date that they were supposed to come out, but cinemas are basically closed indefinitely at the moment. So if we wanted to see them on the big screen, like IMAX 3D or whatever, we can't do that, and we don't know when we'll be able to. So do we want to watch them on a streaming service so that we don't accidentally see spoilers, because spoilers are a big thing for a lot of people, obviously? Or do we want to wait and see if we're actually going to get some kind of limited cinema service back soon, you know? So the way that I'm looking at that now is like, isn't it kind of like being on this barren island where there are some really cool things about it? We've got our alone time that we can do whatever we want. But we're stuck on this island, and there are no cinemas, and there are no gigs, and we can't even like go to the local park and throw a frisbee with our friends, you know. I don't remember the last time I actually went to a park and threw a frisbee with friends. So this is just another random little thought that I've had there, like, oh, when lockdown's over, maybe I should, you know, get a frisbee and convince some friends to go to a park. Most of my friends are very indoorsy, sort of geeky gamer, whether it be video games or tabletop games, and we don't really plan to go to parks very often. But obviously the fact that I'm now looking at this and going, maybe we should do that, that kind of speaks a little bit about obviously what's going through my mind, or possibly anybody else's mind, about lockdown actually. And yeah, it's really interesting that whatever's going on in our lives, every time you play through a game like Dear Esther, you can relate something like that to the game. Like, when I first played this, I would never have imagined that, and this is a very, I suppose, first world thing to say, but I would never have imagined that there'd have been a time where I wouldn't have just been able to like call up a load of friends and go, hey, let's go to the cinema tonight, and then go for pizza afterwards or something, you know? And it's really weird that we can't do that at the moment. So it is like being trapped on an island. It's so strange. And of course, after this lockdown's over and we're all back to being able to, you know, go to cinemas, gigs, parks, whatever we want to do. And I apologise so much for this coming from, obviously, this really first world perspective. And I know that there are a lot of people out there who have got it much worse than I have. But I can only speak from my own point of view. So I can only say, you know, these are the things that I'm used to being able to do. And suddenly not being able to do them is just so weird. And actually so emotionally difficult. You know, it's not like... It's not even like we know when this is going to end. So I'm sorry if this does actually come across like I'm focusing on some really stupid little things, like not being able to go to the cinema with friends, you know, because technically we can watch films through Discord at the moment, so, you know, we're kind of still able to do that. But it's just weird that we're doing that from home. And I have a lot of friends in other countries, so, you know, we would do things like this anyway. But it's weird that, like, I have friends who live, like, quite locally. Certainly locally enough that we could meet up once or twice a week and go to the cinema if we wanted to. And all of a sudden we can't do that. And it's so weird and jarring, and yeah, it really puts a completely different perspective on everything, and it puts a totally different perspective on what we want to do as soon as we're able to actually do things again. It's like, actually, I'm really now focused on that idea of going to a park and playing with a frisbee. And like, none of my friends are particularly into that kind of thing, and I've never been particularly into that kind of thing. But right now, it kind of seems really important to do that. And yeah, I'm getting totally sidetracked again. So I'm going to try and just wrap this up by saying that once this lockdown is over and things go back to some kind of normal, you know, when we can see all of our friends again, when we can arrange to go for those cinema nights or play frisbee in the park, now that that's an idea that I've just got into my head, I could play through Dear Esther again, and the island and this whole being trapped on the island will have a completely different meaning again to what I can interpret from it right now. And that's fascinating, and of course very much down to the way that the creators have done everything they can to give lots of room for the player's imagination to just run with ideas. There's not that solid, definite story and that solid, definite interpretation. And that's something that, I've already said this, I love that about this game. But I'm going to obviously move on now because I don't want to kind of dwell on that point for too long. I already dwelled on it for too long, didn't I? I'm sorry about that. Yeah, let's carry on.
One of the things that I think was added more frequently in the final version of Dear Esther was the inclusion of a number of ghosts in the game. These are not like ghosts that you'd see in a normal horror game. They're just very loose silhouettes that you'll see around the island, usually like quite a distance off or just kind of somewhere that you'd barely see it out the corner of your eye. I think this is a good example of where it's kind of really in your face. And these are kind of just something that we put in to kind of not just bring some unreal elements to the island, but something supernatural as well, something that's kind of beyond this world, something kind of unsettling. And yeah, a lot of effort's been put in to make these things very subtle. I didn't really want them to be like, I didn't want it to be a ghost story, so to speak, but I just kind of wanted to bring some of this supernatural element into the game, and this area is probably one of the most prominent because you can see it just before you go down into the gully here, and I think it's really one of my favourite scenes just because of it being so spooky, so unreal, and so interesting.
I think this is also pretty much the only ghost in the game that doesn't actually change. You know, they were talking earlier about random elements and how some things will be different on each playthrough. I think this is the only one that's actually always there. So not only is it the most obvious to see, but it is always there.
The overlook, the point about this to me is that it's probably the voiceover in the game that kind of sums up the whole story and the experience. It's almost like a recap of everything that's gone before you start the final climb. And you know it's that pause before you're going to start the final climb and before the game's kind of builds to a climax. But you can also see the whole level, and it's like the idea that you are standing looking down on your own journey, a bit like the idea of your life flashing before your eyes, or sort of like seeing your body but having an out-of-body experience at the moment of death. And it was really designed to try and get that feeling as the player that you stop and you take stock of everything, and there's a bit of a sense of there's no going back. You take a breath and now it finishes. And I really wanted to kind of achieve that sort of sense, and I think we did. I think it really came together here, that you got that sense of going, right, now this ends, and now I move forwards to it.
Actually, on each playthrough that I've had, whenever I see the ghost that was there and I see it disappear, I have had so many different thoughts about why we see it and who it could represent, and, you know, whether the main character, the character that the player obviously is playing, whether that's like Esther's husband, and sometimes I'll think, is that ghost like we're seeing Esther and we try to get to her? Or sometimes I wonder if it's supposed to be like we're kind of seeing a shadow of going up to the cliff and like throwing ourselves off so that we just end it and we can reunite with Esther in the afterlife. And yeah, I've had so many other thoughts about that as well. You know, could it be even like the shadow of one of our other friends or a relative or something? Not even necessarily a ghost, so not even necessarily somebody else who has died, but you know, like when people are in a really bad mental place, sometimes they can kind of have that sort of experience of kind of imagining somebody they're close to who actually is still alive, just sort of popping into their mind to sort of, because I'm planning to upload this to YouTube, I want to try and be quite careful about how I phrase this, because I know YouTube isn't particularly fond of certain topics. So basically, if you're in a really bad mental place, you can have that vision of somebody that you're close to, you know, trying to tell you that there's a reason to carry on. There's certain words that I want to try and keep out of YouTube videos, so hopefully what I was trying to say there made sense. But yeah, I think there's so many interpretations you can have for that. And this particular element actually makes me totally understand why people with mental health issues would write to the creators and say, you know, this has really helped them with stuff, because it's so thought-provoking. I think I've spoken on my Twitch channel about depression and anxiety and having a therapist. I don't want to go into that too much. Actually, I'm not sure if I really want to go into that at all in a YouTube video, because it's a lot more, not even a lot more permanent than a stream, because streams are pretty permanent as well, but it has a different point, if that makes sense. The way that I set my streams out can generally be to just hang out and have a chat. You know, the way that I'm trying to set out certain YouTube videos, particularly ones like this, is to be more focused on the game than anything else, although I did have that rant. Well, I've had two weird off-topic rants now. The one relating to labels and the one relating to lockdown. So yeah, I don't, like I said, I don't want to go too deep into how I personally relate any mental health issues to my interpretations of things like this, but I can see how this could have obviously a positive or a negative effect on somebody. I would think it would mostly be a positive effect, but I think that could be my outlook, just because, like, no matter what mental state I am in, I always really try and look for the positive in everything. It's really, so my therapist has said it's quite unusual because, you know, I get, like, obviously I have a big problem with social anxiety, and I have a few other issues as well. And there's the social anxiety and an extreme phobia that I've got that actually cause depression at times. And my therapist has always said that it's quite unusual to be constantly positive and constantly optimistic about most things. Even, you know, when I've been doing the therapy for the extreme phobia and for the social anxiety, and even when I've had depression as a result of usually cognitive behavioural therapy, because that can just be really bad, particularly with extreme phobias, because it sort of tries to expose you to them, which can make them worse. But I always like to try and see the positives, just because I don't even know why I do it. I think it's because anything else would just be anything else would just not seem like really living life, if that makes sense. I'm still trying to avoid certain topics, but like having the optimism and having the positivity makes life seem so much more cool and so much more, you know, worthwhile. No matter what else is going on, there's always something you can be like, this is really positive, this is something that I can always reach for, that I can always hold on to, you know. And sometimes that can be things like, I know when I've had a particularly, I was sent to a particular CBT therapist for one of my extreme phobias, and this particular one wasn't a very good therapist. And you know, like normally if your therapist is making you worse, they stop. This one didn't. This one kind of pushed a little bit too far. And at that point I was just thinking about, okay, so after this therapy session, like while I was in the therapy session, I had this idea in my head that after this therapy session, it was just this mental image of me hanging out with a couple of friends, ordering a pizza and watching a couple of films. And to be fair, after that therapy session, that is exactly what happened. But the reason I relate that to like this particular ghost, where I'm saying, you know, you could think about it, if you're in a bad mental place, you could think about it as somebody that you're close to watching over you, even somebody that you're close to who, like I say, is still alive. So they're not actually a ghost, it's just like a vision. You can have that image there of them being like, it's okay, it's bad at this particular moment, but it's okay, it's gonna get better. And that particular, like I say, really bad therapy session, I did not see that therapist again after that session, just if anybody's wondering. And I actually put in a massive complaint, and I think Bear also registered a complaint about that particular therapist, because I got out of that session and he had to pick me up. Obviously we got home and then had to, you know, plan things to do that evening that was going to completely distract me from that therapy session, because that therapist just didn't know when to stop. And it did end up just being friends, films and pizza night. But, you know, that can do so much to, you know, cheer up anybody's negative mood. And it certainly distracted me from the focus of that therapy session. Once again, I am ranting far too much, aren't I? And I should stop. But, yeah, like I say, that's just why I see so many different interpretations for this, because really anything that you've experienced in your whole life, as well as just anything that's going on in that particular moment, or, well, not that particular moment, but like recently in your life on whatever playthrough you're doing, you know. It could be your first playthrough, you could come back to it a couple of years later and be in a totally different place in your life and have totally different experiences that are at the forefront of your mind, and you'll have a totally different interpretation. And I think that is amazing and is, as I've said before, one of the biggest strengths of the game. Also, I should just say I'm kind of expecting the comment section on this video to end up full of people being like, you probably don't want to talk about therapy. You probably don't want to talk about any of the 3 things that I've now had a really long rant about. Or people will be telling me that I should edit all of that stuff out. But I might edit some of it out. I don't think I'm going to edit all of it out. I haven't decided yet. I will see how I feel about it when I play it back. Actually, before I start that particular bit of commentary, I'm now wondering if the developers would release a version of Dear Esther where you can play without the narration, because I think some of the completely different interpretations that I've had on this playthrough have not only been down to the creator commentary, but have also been down to the fact that there's no character narration at any point throughout the game. So I'm seeing things that would normally have a particular piece of character narration and it's not there, so it's letting my mind wander even further than it normally would. So I think that would be quite interesting, to be able to play it without character narration or creator commentary.
So here it kind of, the environment becomes a little bit more surreal again. We kind of play with the colors a little bit, bring up the saturation. It's kind of a little bit of a return to some of the more cave-like aesthetics in terms of colors and stuff like that. And it's kind of there to kind of signpost another significant moment in the game, or something that's leading up to the significant moment. It goes back to this kind of idea of having these emotional signposts in the visuals of the game, without it being overly obvious. And some of that emotional stuff comes through just through the colors of the environment. And the more saturated they are, the more kind of surreal things become. So this is kind of like a turning point in the game. It's kind of like the final notice of you reaching the end.
I always have such an odd feeling about this section. It's just this tiny little walk up here where the colours change like that. I always have such an odd feeling about it on playthroughs, because with the narration that we usually get here, it is so bleak. But the colours that they've used are also so beautiful. So it's this wonderful mixed feeling where you know it's bleak because of the narration, but then just look at how pretty this is. It's just one of my favourite parts of the game.
The music that's playing here is a repeat of another cue, and originally we hear it played on the piano, and the string quartet take on the piece here. And it's one of those really nice instances where we were in the studio and I had this idea of how it was going to sound, and I thought it was going to be quite full and rich and, yeah, full-bodied. And then one of the string players said to me, "This is wrong, actually, for what we're playing." And they said, let's strip out all the vibrato, let's play it in a really Scottish, plain style. And it absolutely transformed that piece, and it's one of the really special things about being a composer, is that you get to collaborate with people who come fresh to it. So you have this preconceived idea of how it should be, and then they say, no, why don't we turn it around and think about it like this? And it absolutely fits and works for that scene, because what we're getting at this point is a sense of fragility, of an ending, and it's almost reminiscent of a funeral procession. It's slow and it's dirge-like. But yeah, it was just a lovely moment where they gave something of themselves, and that's what's amazing about working with live instrumentalists. You're never going to get that from a sample.
It was possible that this last section of the game could have felt quite laborious and forced, because it's two long zigzagging paths that just go up, and there was a real importance to getting it right, and quite a lot of work went into it. I think at this point for me, you probably as a player understand that the narrator's going to die at the end, and that this is it. And that unlike where the rest of the island, there's this sense of this could just keep going on forever and ever and ever, and you're going to keep the motif of come back. But I think when you set on this path, we really wanted to have that sense of, this is it, this is the last time you're going to walk these paths, this will end now. and that sort of idea of going, you're kind of climbing towards your death, but you're also moving towards a point where that glimpse in the caves where you see the motorway and you go, I understand what this is about. For me, the whole path up the side of the mountain is about saying, it's okay. It's that kind of starting to kind of release it and go, it's kind of okay that Esther died. It's kind of okay that the accident happened. I know that I'm going to die. I know that this is going to end. And I know that there's nowhere for me to go apart from follow this path, but that's all right. And it was very sort of hard to kind of try and find that subtle mix between the dread of it and the acceptance. It's where the positive and the negative and the kind of the loss and the redemption really start colliding for me. At least certainly that was what we were trying to achieve with it.
I think this actually works so well because although actually I think there's multiple interpretations of the ending, it's very obvious that in a literal sense you die, but due to the way that they choose to animate the ending, it also gives you the thought about some form of afterlife and freedom of spirit as well, which I think is really beautiful. And you know, if I played through this the first time and the ending had been actual just death, nothing afterwards, I might have left the game thinking that was actually really depressing. But it's the way they animate this ending and that freedom of spirit that, although obviously you don't have to have any belief in any kind of spirit or afterlife, and if you don't, then maybe you see the ending as you just die. Or even if you don't have any belief in an afterlife, you could maybe even look at this ending and the way that they animate it, and you could see that and think, actually, this is still quite a hopeful or even uplifting ending, because it's going from the one physical existence that was obviously very painful and very tormented to this spiritual existence that at the end of the day it's a game, so you can look at it as a fictional piece of art and you can say, okay, in this particular setting, even if you don't actually believe in an afterlife, you can say for this particular story that interpretation works, and that's that hopeful positive ending that you might want, that might make you want to revisit it. Or at least that's how I see it. Obviously, like I say, you can interpret this in numerous different ways.
With the climb being quite a poignant moment of the game overall and of the story, it was quite a difficult task to try and make that climb still interesting and not too laborious, because it's kind of this zigzag up there with nothing really. There's no real environment. You just kind of have the sea on one side and the cliff face on the other. So there was quite a lot of work that went into kind of building up this feeling of tension as you're rising and kind of making this moment as poignant as possible while still making it interesting. So a lot of effort was put into building up this weather, building up the winds and the swaying of the grass and kind of the volume of the soundscapes and everything mixing together with the music, and just kind of visually really trying to make this a tense moment. And I think it's hopefully been pulled off all right. And you'll notice when you get to the top, there's kind of tension dies, and that's very purposeful. You'll see no more wind. It's just kind of like a symbolic thing where you're coming to the last moment, the point of no return, and that's been very deliberately designed that way.
I absolutely loved the end of this game, and I think all that effort that they put into it was so worthwhile because it is one of the most beautiful game endings I've ever seen. This is also another area that if somebody made like a ridiculously long video that was just a recording of this, I could happily sit and watch that just for like, well, obviously not sit and properly focus on watching it, but just like the ambient background. I love it. It's beautiful. And it is one of the things, as I said in a different area in the caves, it's one of the things I love about Dear Esther is you can get to a place like this and it's just beautiful. You know, you can just get to this particular point or the other point, as I mentioned, and you know, if you've got the game running full screen, if you want, you know how people quite often enjoy those like ambient fireplace videos and things like that, and they just put those on and then they sit and read a book or something. This is that. Like, it's so beautiful that you can just have it there just as something beautiful and not being in total silence when you want to read a book, you know. And the visuals are actually obviously stunning as well, so whenever you look up from like your book or whatever you're doing, you can just see this beautiful visual. And again, it's another thing that I think is quite weird because obviously it is a bleak point in the story of the game, but it's so beautiful at the same time. Fantastic game. I think, you know, everyone should probably play this because you'll have your own interpretations, even if you've seen like several different playthroughs of it with several different streamers or like people who have made YouTube Let's Plays or whatever. Even if you've seen loads of different playthroughs, you will still have your own interpretation, and then if you go back and play it again at another point in your life, you will have other interpretations. It's brilliant. I love this game.
We had a lot of debates, didn't we, about the ending of the game and whether the player should retain control or whether it was okay to go to a cutscene at this point. I personally don't mind it. I actually actively like it because I think it works really well as a metaphor for loss of control at that point. Dan, I know you're not as keen.
Yeah, I'm not. I would have loved the player not to have had control taken away from them, but to me it was a balance between two evils: the evil of having a cutscene and the evil of the player accidentally falling off the ladder halfway up and destroying the ending.
Yeah, I agree. Like I think we tried a few different things, and the tech at the time just wasn't, the ladder tech at the time just wasn't there. So, and the other thing for me was pacing. It was making sure all the music, the voiceovers, the timings and everything were perfect for that final jump off point, and just letting the players kind of noodle around going up a ladder for what may have been like 7 minutes because it's a tall tower was kind of an impossible task.
One of the things that I enjoyed the most on working on Dear Esther was Rob's beautiful visuals were so inspiring, but Dan's words are always so amazing to write to. I think that's where we start as a partnership. And the music at the end was so easy to write because that last voiceover is the pinnacle of the writing to me, as it should be, because it's the last VO, so you would have failed if it wasn't good, but it is just so beautiful and moving. And for me, talking about whether it's a hopeful ending, the music is really hopeful at this point, and it signifies to me transformation, freedom, escape, acceptance. Yeah, and it was just a beautiful cue to write, actually.
I don't know, I can't remember quite where it came from in the mod, but the moment when we went, or we could put the bird in there, and you could see the bird's shadow, and actually it turned from being kind of like a straightforward literal suicide into a metaphorical, or to my mind, kind of like, I always really believed the narrator did turn into a bird just before they hit the ground, and that was really important. I think it's probably the strongest ending in any of our games so far. But yeah, I'm very proud of the way everything came together in that last section.
Yeah, I think it's the bird thing is particularly interesting because I think it was in the original mod, but the timings and everything were just all off, and you never really saw the seagull. At least the shadow as well. It was all kind of like a little bit broken. And I remember when we went back in, I made a real effort to try and get that shadow just out of the center of the view, so you kind of have this hint of something happening, and I think you can hear the sound of a seagull flapping its wings. It's like very subtle, but like I say, I kind of really like the way that came together. It kind of it's very like say it's kind of like a release, but at the same time there's still this kind of ambiguity there that's kind of beautiful.
And I'm really proud that I got the monitor in at the end for an ending of, it goes into the hospital monitor signifying the flat line. And I think it's one of those moments where you never want to be so clever that people notice it and it takes them out of the moment, but it just flows in through the music, and it just feels like everything comes together at that last point. That last VO, Rob's amazing visuals and the music, and it feels like a really, really strong and beautiful ending.
And then in the last second, Nigel Carrington's delivery of just those two words have come back, where he just pitch perfect.
Yeah. So that's the end of the director's commentary. We'd just like to say a big thank you to everyone for listening. We hope you've uncovered some secrets and some facts that you didn't know about the game before.
We'd also like to say a huge thank you for buying the game, and for all our fans who've been behind us and been behind the game and have kept it alive all these years. It's a real privilege that it's still out there, still such a title that people love so much.
Yeah, and we're really looking forward to the future and what we can create coming up next. Thanks for listening.
Cheers.
Bye.
I love that they had the same idea about that ending as I've had every time I've played through. That transformation, that hopefulness, and you know, yeah, you could see it as just the main character dying at the end there. Or you could see it as they literally transform into a bird. I never thought of it as literally transforming into a bird. I always thought of it as just being freedom of the spirit and moving on to some kind of afterlife. But actually, that idea of literally transforming into a bird is also so cool, and I wish I'd thought about that myself, because I kind of like that more than the idea I'd had previously just about moving on to the afterlife, because it's almost reincarnation in a way, and I like that idea. But for this particular story, I love that it goes, if you think of it as being a literal transformation into the bird, it goes from that one hopeless life full of pain to hopefully this amazing life as a bird, where obviously he can fly off the island now. He's no longer trapped. And I love the idea that he's still got, you know, a life. And it's not a spiritual life. It's not like just the spirit moving on to the afterlife, if you literally see it as transforming into a bird. So I think next time I play through this, I'm probably going to think of it like that, because that is so cool. Also, I definitely didn't find those urns, so I've still got one achievement to unlock. But it is now 20 past 11, and I'm going to have to do any editing that I need to do on this and get it uploaded, ideally before midnight, because I want to actually have a video go up today. So I won't be finding those urns and adding that to the end of this video. That will be something that I'm definitely going to have to do as a separate little video that will be uploaded tomorrow. But anyway, if you've stuck around for the now 5.5 hours of this, thank you very much for watching. Hopefully those 3 kind of really long rants that I had made sense and weren't too annoying. But yes, thank you everyone